Hello, everybody. Welcome in.
Oh, hello.
Hey. I was gonna say late start, but this is honestly pretty on time.
Yeah.
I was like, nah, it's not that bad. Late start to me is like 10 minutes, maybe like 12. Then I'm like, oh shit, my bad.
Huge pause.
Yeah. I'm like, my bad. I'll be there in a sec.
Whoopsie.
Usually it's because I either forget to grab something or I have to go to the bathroom real quick. But anyway, hello everybody. Hello, welcome in, welcome in. The return of Yuri Day. Yes.
Yeah.
The time is now.
The long-awaited.
The long-awaited Yuri. I'm so sorry, but Dobby's health was priority, so we had.
I was a big sickie.
Wait, we were big sickies. But that's okay. Because on the day that I played Dispatch was obviously when I was supposed to play with Dobby. But then I was like, didn't work out. That's fine. I played Dispatch instead, and Doppler was like, "Oh my god, this is great."
Yeah.
It's like, I love this game.
The funniest part being that, I was kind of sick, but I felt mostly better. It was just the fact that I literally had no voice.
Yeah.
Even if I wanted to, you couldn't have heard me. There was nothing.
It would just come out as like.
Literally.
So yeah, we weren't gonna push that.
Yeah. That's okay. We had Dispatch instead.
Yes, we had Dispatch instead, which the next Dispatch will be probably this Saturday. We'll see.
Soon, it better be.
Soon, it will be soon. Speaking of Dispatch, I know you did. Shut up. Eat shit. I'll get to it. Luckily, I trust March not to spoil anything for me. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're not here for Dispatch. We're here for Yuri.
Yuri.
It's time for Yuri.
This time, scary Yuri.
Scary Yuri, exactly. Oh, the aspect cut. Hold on, let me fix that.
Just so funny we say that. I don't know a whole lot about this game.
I know a little bit.
I don't typically do well with horror, so we're gonna see how this goes.
Oh, it's not like scary, I promise.
Okay, cool.
It's just it's fun. It's a little dark, if anything, I would say.
Okay. I think I can handle that.
Yeah, with the little toxic Yuri. Spoiler alert, you're missing out. Ooh, FOMO, ooh. I will play soon. It Gets So Lonely Here is another beautiful creation by Ebihime. Ebihime, who helped produce Cage of Roses, which we all loved. And then also I believe It Gets So Lonely Here is fully Ebihime's, like not like in a production team like 2.5 Studios or the way Cage of Roses was. I believe this is like fully Ebihime, but we'll see. We'll probably see in the credits later. Yeah. If you didn't know, Ebihime makes a fuck ton of games. The vast majority of them are
working
so hard. Vast majority of them are very short stories, short, very short. I say, as in like you could probably finish this, like get everything within 4 hours. A lot of them are BL and GL respectively. This one being GL. And yeah, there's other BL Ebihime games that I really want to play, but we'll get to that another time.
We'll play them all, don't worry.
Yes. It Gets So Lonely Here. This one, it's not too terribly long, but depending on how late it gets for us, we will maybe have to do a part 2. We'll find out. Yeah. The premise of this, I don't remember. I don't remember. It's just I know there's toxic Yuri in it, and that is exciting. We're going
in very blind.
I'm going in pretty blind, and that was intentional. I learned a little bit, but some of it I don't want to spoil. I just know there's a toxic Yuri, and there's multiple endings. So
Ooh.
That's all I got.
Love a good multiple ending.
Love multiple endings. Okay. Let us begin. Can you see all right, Duppy?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. And if you're running wondering about the aspect ratio that we have right now, this is how the game is. It's a box.
That's just how it be.
That's just how it be. This is how a lot of otomes used to be back in the day. It's also, if you watch me play Lamento, you're used to this. All right. You are running through a forest. It is late at night and the sky is black as pitch. There is nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you. Not properly. Oh, and do let me know how the sound is for everybody peas. Feels a little loud. A little loud in my ears.
I have the stream kind of turned down, so it's not too bad for me.
Okay, it's just me. I'm just gonna turn on my headphones a little bit. Alright. Okay. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you're going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. You do not know where you are going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You are running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind. You have no desire as you run, save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen, you are certain that you would be ruined. You had no choice, therefore, but to keep going. On and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You have no idea how long you've been running. Time has begun to blend together. It has lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forwards with a shocked gasp. You are free, but at what cost? Your skirt has been irrecoverably damaged. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, and soon, she will catch you. Then your life will be over. You do not know if she is still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her, silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile, which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up, and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then you would crumple. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise, when you made that contract, that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it is too late for that. It is too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. Oh no, my skirt has been damaged. Hopefully a pretty lady and threatening girl doesn't appear right now. Oh no! You run and run and run while icy fog swirls about your feet. It is cold enough to sap the heat from your body, and you shudder from it. It feels as though you are drowning. It feels as though you're being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your own life, you must. You run and you run and you run until, at long last, you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though, not when you have put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight given you are so deep in the forest. Dark though it might be, you have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old, dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate, if you will forgive me for sounding cliche, is in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Which one?
Which one indeed?
You pick.
Me pick?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the village.
The village?
The village.
Hey.
The shores might be a dead end, and the castle doesn't feel good.
Oh fuck, I should have stayed before the adoption. No. Oh well. Here we go. This is the village option. Alright. So you want to go to the village? Good idea. Let us see what further trials await you there. This night is far from over, as much as you might wish it was, and there is still much more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready at a moment's notice to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. God, me all the time. Yep. You only hope as you continue to run that you will find a suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions, as you run, of a quaint, scenic settlement, all thatched cottages with sloping roofs. Surely there will be a kindly peasant who will be willing to put up a young runaway for a few nights. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She will be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with dull brown hair crammed beneath a cap. We're already just dreaming of women.
Yeah.
Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows, but she will be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother. Well, I don't know about that. But you do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. You're only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however. Despite your tendency to daydream, you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. Yeah, find that girl of your dreams. I believe in you. That is all you can do, really. Oh, it is quaint. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
So you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but you manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest
I do vaguely remember that.
Mm-hmm. It's like, mayhaps it was a thought in my brain. The forest is behind you now, at least. The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwell within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. I'm wondering if these are like images that have been turned into like canvas paintings.
I think so.
They kind of look like it. But I really love this canvas effect so much. It just looks like oil paintings.
I love a good canvas effect.
Mm-hmm. The moonlight shines down upon the village, nestled among the hills like a diorama. Hope anew bubbles within you. You have finally made it. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. I love the narrator. You're a funny narrator. The village up close.
I love when the narrator's got jokes.
Yeah, I know. The village up close does not look half as welcoming as you imagined. There are cottages, yes, but they are not in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open. The kitchens beyond them even darker than the night sky which shrouds you. There are no lights on in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people. Insomniac. Oh, hold on. There are no lights on in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people, insomniacs like you, at them. You cannot hear anything either, beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low, mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quite quiet, eerily so. It is immediately obvious to even a naive girl such as yourself that something terrible must have befallen this village. You know before you try your luck at one of the houses that nobody will answer you. There will be no kindly, red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. Damn it.
Damn.
Shit. But that does not stop you from wishing regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door. Your efforts soon prove, however, to be in vain. There is nobody here to hear your entreaties. How very sad. You try another door, then another, but the result is the same, regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There is nobody there. Once again, you have found yourself all alone. At least you have found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilize one of these cottages for your purposes? Okay, this time I will save beforehand. 2.
Ooh.
Happy Halloween, everybody. Nobody is here. You might as well. But no, an abandoned cottage is not what you are looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Ah, we're keep going. Okay. Bravely, you swallow your tears. You wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion. Then inhale. You square your shoulders, and you keep on going. Oh, I thought we were going to have an option.
Yeah, it sounded like we would.
Surely the village, because I can't save at an option, so I'm like, option. Well, I just have to guess when they're coming. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here at the very least who can help you. That is what you're thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little to show for your determination until you make yet another discovery. Yeah, these gotta be like pictures that got this nice filter over them. This village with its squat thatched cottages bathed in the moon's glow has a church. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once dwelt here were not godless heathens. Not that their faith did them all much good in the end. The narrator's so sassy. Yeah. Still, the sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You were so focused on your fantasies of a kindly washerwoman to take you in, you did not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. Love this girl. Wow. All hope is not lost. It's like, God, give me a woman, give me something, anything. You approach the church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble.
Where is Ami?
I know. The church is a small one, but it is stout and sturdy. It must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing sentinel on this hill, like a relic from a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop and some of its sloping sides. The graves, which have been planted by generations of wardens, are hewn from a similar stone to that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like... lozenges. Lozenges?
Hmm?
Yes. Like cough drops?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like cough drops.
Oh, like
or
in like
any type of like hard candy that you like.
I see.
Yeah.
So they're just saying that they're round.
Right, oval,
okay.
if you will.
Oval, yes, got it. I was like, why? I got it, I understand. Some of the gravestones are shaped like lozenges, while others are shaped like crosses. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though these are few and far between. There are very few people in a village such as this one who can afford such luxurious final resting places.
About to say, damn, angels are expensive.
I know.
To be, like,
I was like,
making
that's crazy.
Out of.
It's all these little tombstones.
Yeah.
You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting in your examination of the visceral, heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You are out of the woods now, and you have subconsciously already begun to relax. You try to read the names hewn into the myriad tombstones, but it is dark and you are tired. Some of these graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well. Such superfluous details are not important. That's just the creator being like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You eventually tire of examining the graves in turn. This graveyard is an expansive one, unusually so given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? And there is much to explore. You walk about the perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here and then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense all-encompassing curiosity. And as you do, you see her. Oh! She looks like an ordinary girl, small and scrawny, just like yourself. But she is much, much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. For some moments you observe her, hiding all the while in the shadow cast by the church, like a furtive lizard clinging against a rocky edifice to shroud itself from the sun. There is no sunlight here, though. There is only the night sky, and the stars, and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the girl is clutching shimmers. Takes you a few moments to see what that girl is clutching in her hands. It is not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It is a shovel. The girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard late at night, and she is digging a grave. Well, you suppose she could always be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of mere whimsy. It is hard for you to see her face given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of her shovel into the earth over and over. Her motions are regular.
Sorry, I noticed that her shovel is bent.
Is it bent? Oh, it is. I was looking at the spade. I was like, it's bent? I was like, oh, wait, it is. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There is something hypnotic almost in the manner in which she attends this task. Should you risk interrupting her? I'm gonna...
Yeah. Maybe this time.
Maybe this time. Do you dare? You get the feeling she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hands, meanwhile, is rather hefty. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak with her shovel, looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You have come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. It is with this thought in your mind that you decide to approach the strange girl. Okay, we're doing it. Excellent.
I was like, wow, we made a great decision there.
Wonderful. Good job, team. Your footsteps are quiet. You have grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, but they are not quiet enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned because she blinks. Then she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows, but now she is looking at you. You can tell that she is pretty. Her skin is very smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her, yeah, white hair gang! Woo, white hair gang! Her eyes, meanwhile, are clear, cool blue like ice.
Yeah, blue-eyed gang!
Woo! I got like pinkish purple, but yeah!
Well, we can't all be great.
We can't all be cool. Those eyes of hers, which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong into this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of those things. The shovel she is clutching in her hands looks solid enough, its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst. But the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which were once gripping the handle of her shovel, tightly relax. Her lips curve upwards at the edges. She is smiling, and what a smile it is. It is transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost.
Just like you tell him.
Thanks. Wow. Hers is a smile that is so suffused with light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. You are so relieved you almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you have wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. This music is such a fucking banger. Mm-hmm. You have been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this, because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Then she says in a rough voice which does not match her dainty appearance. Well, she does live in a rural village. What were you expecting? All right, your turn.
Oh, it's so good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive. The only one in the whole world.
Now this is quite the effusive greeting. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She is rather more personable than her apparel would make one suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It is your turn now. Be on your guard. Anxiously, you observe the girl with a shovel and you ask her what she means. What happened?
Oh, do you not know?
There's an awful lot you don't know. So much, in fact, it would fill a whole encyclopedia. No, a whole library. You shake your head, ashamed of your ignorance, and the girl frowns.
You mustn't be from around these parts. I guess I should have known. This village is a small one, and everybody knows everybody else.
The girl's expression falls.
At least, they used to. Back when there was still people to know. That ain't the case now, though. Not after the plague.
The plague!
Plague.
There was a plague.
Plague be upon ye.
Plague be upon ye! Oh, my scarab. That would certainly explain why the village, when you walked through it, was so quiet. Did everybody else succumb to this mysterious illness?
That's right. It's just me here now. I've not seen another human being in a long, long time. It gets so lonely here.
They said it!
Oh, she said it.
I'm starting to think there might be a reoccurring symbolism in the game. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? Mayhaps. You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the girl takes a step towards you.
Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gone rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you were a traveler, yes? And your hands are very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and to drink? My home's small, I'm afraid, and my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'd be more than willing to share.
Yes.
It's not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed.
Wow. The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh, which does not match your initial impression of her. You thought when you saw her among the graves that she would be more distant somehow and more mysterious. Perhaps you are mixing her up with somebody else. What are you hinting at, game? what are you hinting at, huh?
What is going on here?
What are you hinting at? You are still unsure if you can trust this girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It is much more appealing certainly, than spending the night outdoors in the cold, kipping on the graves. What are you, a romantic poet? Please.
So it was okay when it was a random. Okay when it was a random like fantasy washerwoman, okay? But suddenly we have an actual woman.
I know. It's like, all right, get real. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation. At the very least, you do not want to appear too eager, but your acquiescence is, alas, an inevitability. Why would you ever refuse her? She is the first friendly face you have seen all night. Without her, you would be all alone. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering sycamore. The girl's home is in such a state it seems a folly to even call it a home. Hovel would, to you, be the more accurate, more appropriate descriptor. When your hostess leads you inside, her eyes alive, and she says,
Here we are, home sweet home.
You don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homey or very sweet. Rude. That would be incredibly rude. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. This is just me talking. I love this narrator. I feel very at home here.
Yeah.
This is really great. Oh yeah, but some graves are shaped, or stones shaped like the ones of those souvenir coins you crank out at a tourist trap.
Oh, the like pressed pennies.
Yeah. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by wooden joists. Joists.
I think it's joists.
Looks like it. And it is perilously low. Not so much so that you are in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There is a fire in the corner, though it is not consigned to a grate. The fire instead is blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot suspended from one of the wooden eaves. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves, iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs, and strips of meat left to cure. Oh, delicious. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour scent of unwashed bodies. However, how does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Well, here's the thing, girlie. Back in the day, they didn't always have tubs. So sometimes you would have to go outside and go to the nearest river, wash yourself there, or you would either make like a type of like a
makeshift tub.
Yeah, or there would be like a back area where you just dump water on yourself pretty much. And then you just have to deal with it. I'm so glad we're out of that era. That sucked.
Yeah.
Perhaps she does not possess one. The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. Rude.
That is so rude.
Pick what you could get, damn. Here's this girl offering to house you after what apparently seemed like a very traumatic event for you, and you're judging her home? Like, come on.
Literally.
I would be like, oh, thank God I don't have to sleep in the dirt or a tree or just outside in the cold. I have
Were
this...
you expecting a mansion? Like what's going on
what
here?
The hell? Instead, I have this lovely, quaint little home that this person is inviting me to and taking care of me and housing me. And she's pretty.
Exactly.
Like, what the hell? Oh, hold on. I gotta fix my face real quick. It's bothering me. You one sec. Let me see if that's better. A little bit. Okay. At least there is a roof over your head and food to put in your belly. Yeah, exactly. Don't be ungrateful. The girl looks to the pot suspended over the fire, which she gives a stir with a ladle. Listen, Protag is a queen and she knows it. Then she brings the ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she has brewing within it. You can only hope that she is not like the weird sisters from that famous play, brewing a broth with fenny snake fillets.
Yes, I think this is just about done,
the girl says to nobody in particular. She sets the ladle down back into the pot, then looks to you and smiles.
Do you want something? It looks as though you've come quite the long way, and you must be hungry.
Yes. Oh, sorry, hold on. Wait. These words are like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of God's most loyal angels. You are so hungry you could eat a horse. How hungry?
How hungry?
Not that there's any horses in the immediate vicinity. How hungry? You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response.
I thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments.
Your hostess retrieves 2 earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges, into which she pours 2 hefty helpings of whatever she is cooking. This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon.
Wow. It's not much, I'm afraid. It's only soup and bread. It should take the edge off your appetite, though.
Alright, Ami came to visit.
Ami.
You thank your hostess for her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. They got me a little drink. The soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. Again, girl, what the hell?
Goddamn.
It is true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that people, when stranded upon desert islands, will resort to cannibalism? Humans are creatures of necessity. You like to wrap yourselves up in pretensions, but in actuality, you are not much better than the animals. You are so hungry, your stomach is achingly empty, that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam, and soon you have consumed all that your hostess has to offer you. Your hostess watches while you eat, and she giggles once you have finished.
Did you enjoy that?
Oh. You catch your hostess's gaze, suddenly abashed. You're so hungry that you fail to account for her judgment. Now you have some food in your belly, though. And you have been suitably warmed. Your old self-consciousness is returning. Did you not make a fool out of yourself? You demur shyly, looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and your fragile ego, your hostess is not the judgmental sort, not like I am. She is not like the girls you grew up with.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food being appreciated so heartily. I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for a long while. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see.
This remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your bashment over your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? It seems a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but didn't your hostess mention something about a plague?
Yes.
Your hostess says, her voice soft now and serious.
That's right. There was a plague.
And what of the villagers? What of her father?
They're all gone now.
Gone?
Yes, you see.
Your hostess rearranges herself upon her chair, one slender leg folded over the other. Then she begins her tale in earnest.
My family has a history. We've lived here for centuries by the church, so as we can tend to the graveyard.
Ah, so this abode is centuries old then. It would certainly explain the dirt. Girl, chill.
For real.
This isn't fucking luxury, like, chill.
Like you were in a village. Like, what? Should have gone to the damn castle.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we end up going to the castle and she's gonna be like, see, isn't this nice?
This is more what I was expecting, you know? Like, not quite so hovelish.
Not such a dilapidated little tiny hovel full of dirt and grime.
Her soup or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
My father used to prepare bodies for burial back when he was alive. He built the coffins and he dug the graves and he lowered the coffins into the dirt. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's got to do it. There's no sense averting our eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
It's a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father was a gravedigger, and so was my father's father's father, and my father's 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 father.
I get it, girl.
Digging graves is in our blood. It's who we are.
My. That was a surprisingly pretty speech, coming from a girl who lives in the countryside, a girl who is without much in the way of education. It is apparent, just to listen to her and the way she slurs her syllables together, that she has never had any elocution lessons, not like you.
I don't like us.
I think that part I believe is just the narrator kind of being like, "Oh, look at her." I think sometimes the narrator just likes to be a little bit. It's like, "Oh, look at you and your little privileged life."
I'm just like, dang, we are so judgmental.
I know. It's kind of fucking hilarious.
Yeah, honestly.
There is a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, which gives her a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. So you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of grave diggers?
Yes.
Your hostess, the gravedigger, says.
That's about right. Though I was never supposed to be a gravedigger myself.
'Cause you're a woman. Yeah.
It's not a woman's profession. That's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that, though. He taught me everything he knew, and then some.
Say.
Yep. I might be a woman, but I've plenty of upper body strength. I could dig a grave just as well as my father could without breaking a sweat.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she were still alive, she'd rather I focused on more feminine pursuits, like basket weaving or sewing, to better attract a suitor. Not that that would do much good now.
No, it's great because you get a suitor and then you can bury him.
There's nobody around who'd court me. Not for miles and miles.
Well, oh my god,
Wow,
crazy.
I might know somebody.
Put a little, yes, your mother. Anyway, are you seeing anyone? And what happened to her mother?
She died when I was very young, during childbirth. I was only 5 years old.
Oh, wow.
So, you have a sibling?
Is that, wait, what did it say?
It said she died during childbirth, but she was 5 years old.
Oh, you're
so she
right.
must have a sibling.
I just realized, yeah.
Like,
Sorry. Wait, you're so right. Hold on. Because, yeah, I was just like, oh man, that's so sad. She died during her childbirth. I was like, wait, she's 5 years old? No. Yeah, I was born at 5 years.
When I was born, I was 5 years old.
I was 5 years. At my 5th birthday when I was born.
Yeah, my birthday party that year was birth, okay?
Was birth. Congratulations. More feminine pursuits like you. You can relate to her, at least upon this point. We both don't have mothers. Noted. Oh, both not dead. Never mind. Your parents are not dead, at least not as far as you are aware, but you have not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough, and they never once bothered to check up on you. For many years, there have been no letters nor any visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You do not know if they will help, but you feel like you cannot say nothing. That would seem heartless. The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events, because she smiles, albeit somberly. My fifth year birthday present was released from the womb.
It's alright. It was ages ago. I don't remember her too well, and I've never really had the luxury of sitting around and feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do.
Around the house, you ask?
That too. I was the oldest child, so
okay,
it was my job after. Yeah.
Got it.
So it was my job after my mother died to manage the sweeping and the cooking. Oh, and looking after all my siblings too.
Okay, so we did have siblings.
We do have siblings. I was like thinking about it. I was like, this is not gonna leave my brain until she brings it up.
Says she has siblings. Yeah, exactly. What if we went the whole rest of her story?
She never
brought it up.
It's like, wait, what happened to your siblings? Or you have something wrong here?
Please, I need closure.
Me messaging Ebihime like, hey, I don't think you noticed.
I think we got some wires crossed here.
Like, please, I need answers.
You blink intrigued, then glance about your hostess's humble lodgings. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Where could they be? The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You're not being exactly subtle, because she shakes her head.
I had siblings, 2 younger brothers. They're both gone now.
Mystery solved. Oh, you should have known. You apologize to the gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this faux pas.
Don't apologize. It's not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest, he died when he was still a babe, and the oldest, he died before he reached double digits. I was upset about it at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. Life's a fleeting thing in this wicked old world. That's something you learn in this trade. Digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm, but I've also dug graves for young babes still in their swaddling clothes. That's the nature of death. It comes for us all in the end, no matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good or bad we've been. It's the great equalizer. Or so I've heard.
The background noises is a little fucking loud. Hold on. Turn you down. The fire is crackling right in my ear.
Yeah.
There you go. A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess's speech. She is not wrong, but the inherent morality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It is too disturbing.
For the longest of times, my family was a small one. It was just my father and me, but that was fine. It was how I liked it. I was very happy, even if our lives weren't the best. I've never had any fancy clothes to wear, and we can't dine on the finest of foods. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special, but I've always felt otherwise. I thought that I was blessed. We knew hardship, of course, and famine, but that's just the way life is round here. When food supplies were low, we always helped one another out. I had my father, but I also had the rest of the village. We all looked after one another, and things always worked out in the end. At least, they did. Until the plague happened. Until the Fire Nation attacked.
Until the fire, yes. Yes, she had mentioned a plague. You've been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. You suppose that the plague is the reason that the village, as you traversed it, was so very empty?
You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. It feels like it was a while ago, but maybe it wasn't all that long after all? It feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but...
Your hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. She looks as though she is entrenched within her own memories. What could she be remembering? You have never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in your history lessons. Your history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject, alright? She talked about piles of dead bodies stacked up on the streets, and stacked up in the wooden carts to come and take them away, with no shortage of a plum?
A plum?
I haven't seen this word in like forever. I think I've seen it in a book once.
I don't think I've ever seen this word. This is new for me.
I've seen it in a book like one time. So it's not a word many use. I love that Ebihime really likes to go through the thesaurus and use all the words they can.
I know if I'm gonna play an Ebihime game, I'm gonna learn a new word.
So we're learning words today. I think it's supposed to be like with no sense like of
self-confidence. I looked it up.
Yeah.
Let's see, self-confidence or assurance, especially when in a demanding situation.
Yeah. She was a strange woman, your history professor.
The plague came on very suddenly. There was no warning. One day, everyone was fine, and the next, they were all dead.
I read a short story like that once. With it was a spooky story where everybody in their in a little neighborhood. It was like, I'd say creepypasta, not entirely, but it's like along those lines.
I see.
Of where like suddenly, there was one, because it was based off a real fucking story, where somebody woke up and suddenly everybody was dead. And the real story that it's based off of was, I forget where it was, in Southeast Asia, and in this like town, or like, I believe, I don't think it was fully rural enough to be a village. I believe it was like a town. But in this neighborhood, essentially, there was some sort of, a guy wrote his account of like, he woke up and, first of all, is like everything in his body felt like it was dying, for one. And then he like looked around the house and essentially his family was all dead.
Holy shit.
I don't know if it was just him and his daughter, or him, his wife and his daughter, but either way, all dead. And then also like everybody else in the neighborhood, pretty much all dead. And so he got onto his motorbike, I believe, and like drove out of there as like quick as he could. And yeah, exactly, you got it, chat. And the reason why is because there was a carbon monoxide outbreak from the earth, I believe, where it would just, I forget exactly what it's called, but this happens a lot in caves, where it creates it's like, I don't know if it's called a carbon monoxide bubble, but that's essentially what it was, where it just creates a bubble of O2 and essentially everybody just suffocates.
Wow.
And of course, since it's like odorless and you can't see it, everybody pretty much just died in their sleep. And this guy must have been just at the right level where he was just barely like in a pocket of oxygen. So he was able to survive that. But yeah, pretty much everybody in his town died. And I'm like, that's fucking wild. That's a real story. Wild. It's a tragedy. I think it said like about like 1,000 people died.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I can't imagine. I feel like, God, the amount of trauma that comes with.
Oh my God.
Like, at that point, I just Sorry. I'm not going to say that on screen.
I'm going to. Yeah, I was like, I was listening to the story, and then I was like, oh, this is like a crazy, scary story. Oh my God. And then it's like, so this was real? And I was like, what the fuck do you mean? Yeah, I know I'm right. I'm smart as hell. Humble too. Yes, very. But yeah, that was, it was just these pockets, because apparently they happen all the times in caves, and you can tell when it happens because if you light a match, and you can like be holding it up in like, you know, an oxygenated area, and then with a second you dip it down into that bubble, it completely goes out. That's scary. Yes, Jesus. It's so scary. Another reason why not to fucking cave dive. And that's why a lot of experienced cave divers though sometimes like bring oxygen tanks with them and stuff like that. But yeah, true story. Happy Halloween, everybody. Happy Halloween. Woo. That's your scary story from me this year. Oh my God, sorry. And tangent real quick again with that. His account, like the way he wrote this down, and like his notations of like everything that he was feeling at that time that he like released to the press, I guess. Like the way that he told this story was so fucking scary, because just like going through his POV of just like, I couldn't save them. I knew that everybody was dead. There was no point in looking at the other houses for other people, because I was sure that they were also all dead. And I was like, holy fuck, man. It's like, you then have to like, what, you send people to go figure out who all is dead? Yeah. At what point does the people stop being dead? Yeah. Like, wild. Yeah. You accidentally head the wrong way down the street, would you die? Yeah. It's possible. It's very, well, you would have to be in there for a good while. Right. That's why everybody is, because they were all asleep, so they just slowly suffocated. Oh, yeah. because it's just like, it takes a second for the monoxide to catch up with you. But it's still like, yeah, so if you're like passing through, I think you should be fine. But if you're taking like a little stroll, you might be fucked.
Right.
It is with no small amount of anxiety that you eye the gravedigger. Then you ask worriedly, surely they could not have all have died. Is that not an exaggeration?
Oh, if only. I wish I was exaggerating, but it's the truth, honest to God. The people in the village died, one after the other, just like that. I saw what that plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through that we buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain. I'm just guessing still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all gray and clammy, and he complained of a horrible fever. There were night sweats and stomach cramps. And then there were the boils.
Ah, typical plague.
Yeah.
The boils?
Pustules. They were the size of eggs, and they were full of pus. When they burst, it stunk. The whole house was full of it. The stink of death.
So this is like, because there's different types of plagues. This is like full plague.
Yeah. The wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was no good. My father was too far gone already. She took one look at him, lying on his deathbed, and she shook her head.
Yeah. those pretty much, there's just genuinely, at that time, there's genuinely nothing you can do.
She said she didn't want to get any closer. I can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though. It felt like she was turning her back on us. I wished her ill, I remember that, after she left. Until a few days passed and she fell sick too. Then I felt bad for cursing her. I couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. It's silly, I know, but...
The gravedigger closes her eyes. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes melt like flecks of fallen snow. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might at any moment fall apart.
It wasn't long after that that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptoms as my father. The clammy skin, and the fever, and the boils. The boils grew, and then they burst, and then they died in screaming, stinking agony. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill, but I think even that was 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was all pointless. None of my herbal salves had any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All I did was stand about his bedside, telling him it'd be alright, until his eyes sank into his skull like 2 black stones, and his mouth dried out. During that last day, before he died, he might have been a corpse already. He didn't look at me, he didn't speak to me. He just lay in bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I'd never wished any ill on my father before, but during those moments, The
gravedigger squeezes her hands, which are resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbing with awful emotion, she says,
I wish he'd just died.
well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had overly long to wait. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining. No, perhaps not. The gravedigger is still shaking. She will not cry, will she? You hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You're not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of effort, even if it is a token one. You shift upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Then you say very softly that you are sorry. It's not much, but it's all you can think of saying. You had thought initially that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now you can see that it is not the case. Her suffering has far outstripped your own. Not that suffering is a competition, of course. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is, but the gravedigger seems not to mind it. She is very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you so, no matter how foolish you might be. Do you really deserve such kindness?
Oh, again with the apologies. It's alright, like I said. You didn't cause any of this. I'm not upset at you, I'm just recounting what happened is all. I do wonder, though, why I never fell sick myself. I thought I was going to die, so I'd already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he'd already satiated his appetite on all the others. That, or maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else would tend to the dead? I was the only person left by the end of it all, so's I had to bury the people in the village. They're all resting peacefully now, under the earth, where the plague can't reach them. On the one hand, I'm happy for them. They were able to escape from all their suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost, though...
The gravedigger tenses. Then she sniffs.
When I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud and the dirt from my clothes.
Aha! So this village did have its fair share of washerwomen after all. It would seem your earlier insistence upon this particular point was not without merit.
And the handsome young farmhands who used to flirt with me.
Ooh.
The priest who preached at the church, who told us wonderful tales of paradise, and the children who would skip stones on the lake and play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but feel so lonely.
The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine. Once she had finished her address with tears, but she does not let them fall. She is being very brave, much more so than you are. Anxiously, you extend a hand towards her, meaning to... what? Give her a hug. You do not know her well enough. Pat her head. That would be infantilizing. Squeeze her hand. Perhaps that could be misconstrued as romantic overture, and that is the last thing you want, or is it? You do more than your fair share of teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision, as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side. Your hand rests upon your lap, as useful as a damp kindling. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that you ought to say something, though, to show that you heard her plight and that you care. You do not know what that something should be, however. No words could ever console the gravedigger. They would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved, and so after a pause, just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say?
Oh no.
The gravedigger replies, wiping a few stray tears away with the back of her arm.
It's alright. I've grown used to it, really. Being on my own, I mean. It ain't so bad, really. And I'm not alone now, at least. I've met you. You'll keep me company, won't you?
Well, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well yourself how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod, a response which makes the girl smile more widely still.
That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveler who's passing through, but I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have food enough and a spare bedroom. I can make it up to you for now. You must be tired after your long journey. Just give me a moment.
The gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. He watches she departs, a little too eager to please and frown. The girl's home is a small, humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. She said her whole family used to live here. This so-called spare bedroom is, in all likelihood, the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. Okay, to be fair on that one, I would also be like, well, yeah. In your father's deathbed? Sorry.
Also, like, how long has it been? Maybe she cleaned it since
That's
then.
true. I'm sure she cleaned it probably immediately after. They probably burned the sheets and everything.
Exactly.
But I'm still like, it does leave a little bit of an ick.
No, that is, yeah.
It's just like, oh, all right. Like, I'll take it, but
what better option do we have?
Exactly. You do not think that you would much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man. Yeah. What choice do you have? You are tired, wretchedly so. Why it is all you can do to keep your eyes open. While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you have found said sanctuary, it would be unreasonable to find faults with it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. Exactly. There are many, many people in the world with less.
Speaking of, we were being pursued. Are we not now being pursued? Like,
we'll never know. We'll never know. I don't know.
Did they just stop?
They just stopped, I guess. They're a forest dweller only.
they get to the fork in the road. They're like, oh, shit, I can't take this fork in the road.
Yeah.
I guess I gotta turn back.
It could be, it's also gonna be like we go to bed and she's gonna be standing at the edge of it. God. You rise and follow the gravedigger when she has finished her preparations to her so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you feared it would be. Girl, we just said.
We just said. Things we have.
At least there is a bed, which comes as something of a relief. The rest of these lodgings are so humble you are half expecting a straw pallet. Unbelievable.
Crazy.
As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal. Then be nice! The sheets of the bed are clean too, a fact you discern with a cursory glance. So you will not be expected to sleep upon the sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man after all. Yeah, why would she do that? This really is your lucky day.
I got you this too,
The gravedigger says somewhat shyly as she hands you a folded gown.
to sleep in. I thought it might come in handy. Your own clothes are, a little shabby.
She can say that again. Your skirt is covered in mud and the hem is torn and ragged.
This nightgown is one of my old ones, so it's suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it'll fit all right. It's clean if nothing else.
You accept the nightgown from your benefactress with words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you and you yawn, a fact the gravedigger does not fail to notice.
Oh, begging your pardon. I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to help.
The gravedigger bows her head to you like a drudge, then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Sorry, I'm just reminded of the other word for drudge. Just something I can't say on stream. Tired though you are, you soon find that you rather miss your hostess's company. In the face of her good-natured smiles, you could almost forget all of the hardships you have hitherto endured. In her absence, however, your lodgings feel almost unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shudder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you are able, but your fingers are cold, and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. Takes you more time than you would like to complete this endeavor, but you soon have your shirt and your skirt dispensed with. You are too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child, then pull on your new nightgown. Your hostess's earlier warnings were apt enough. It is quite worn, but it fits well enough. It is more comfortable, at least, than your old uniform. You have endured worse. Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It is with a sigh you extinguish the weakly flickering candlelight which burns on your bedside, and with another sigh that you lay your head down upon your pillow. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you will be able to sleep at all. You can recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid detail your heart is still pounding. That fear has yet to leave you. Perhaps it will never leave you. Your terror was such, it almost feels as though it has suffused itself into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Your eyelids fall shut and your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It is not long until you are spiraling through a dark, deep abyss, long into Morpheus's kingdom. But your sleep, despite your wearied state, is not as restorative as you had hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive. Even at the conservatoire, you were frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. The dream that you have this night, lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon an unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you are back at the conservatoire, the place where this adventure of yours began. You are wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded and your gray, unremarkable shirt. Your hair is tied in braids and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmates, and you thought yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in return. You did not want anybody to notice you. Until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden, there were no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, and no thrown objects. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting you that your classmates had devised. But this little game, that complete and utter disregard, continued on and on and on, as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As the time passed, you began to fret as to the state of your own corporeality. Could anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? Then at long last you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest through which you were sometimes bidden to jog for PE class, beneath the shade cast by an old oak tree. It was a makeshift tombstone, a small, meager monument made of stone, upon which one of your classmates had hewn a name, your name. You knew at once as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree, that this was the reason behind your classmates' silence. This is why they had for many months been ignoring you so assiduously. They had buried you. In their hearts, you had already died. Fascinating.
Wow.
It could be a very elaborate prank. It could also be real.
Yeah.
We don't know. Your eerie dreams notwithstanding, it could also be just a dream.
Yeah.
You sleep more comfortably than you had anticipated. When you awake the following morning to a sweet chirping of birdsong, you feel well rested, albeit woozy. Your head is aching. It is nothing, however, that a hot cup of tea cannot fix. You stumble into the kitchen in your night clothes, your hair loose and your feet bare, and the gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and exclaims in the manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them.
Oh, you look awful. I think you need something warm to drink, and maybe you need something to eat too. Let me get started on breakfast.
Yay! And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite the simple affair. Nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a bit too strong. It is food all the same, though, and you do not complain. Good. Start keeping that mindset. Your stomach was beginning to grumble. The tea is inoffensive at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in return. A sunny smile, like a field of blooming bellflowers.
It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else,
She says, words which come to symbolize your relationship. You stay with the gravedigger for many, many more days, and limited though her means might be, she always tries to help you. The gravedigger sets to your chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact for which you are grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you, the sound of your feet against the foliage and the swirling fog. When you sleep, you are assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you awake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body and your mouth gaping open in a paroxysm of terror. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you are still afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so, though, particularly when you are sweeping the floor or keeping an eye on the bread loaves so they do not burn. You attend to most of the domestic chores while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work she knows best, that is, digging graves. Is it dogged or dodged? Dogged?
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 I thought it was dogged.
It could be. Her persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you, so much so that you cannot help but posit a question on her one particular morning when the sky is festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her, perhaps a touch insensitively, do you continue to dig graves? There is nobody left, after all, to dig them for. You have always been practical, and you cannot see the point in it.
What's the point in it?
The gravedigger ponders, while holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by your question, despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky her temperament is so very placid.
I don't suppose there is any point to it, really.
The gravedigger eventually says with a small smile.
I know it doesn't have any practical purpose, but... well... digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it, so I should continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going. And I suppose I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really.
That's all, is it? You think you can understand that? Though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there is a kernel of reason nestled among them. She does not dig graves out of any sense of purpose. She does it instead out of sentiment.
Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spent my days idling all on my own, I think I'd go mad.
The gravedigger laughs at this, as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. Rude. You are ashamed of thinking such a thing, though, and your face flushes with the guilt of it. We cannot all be well-bred young ladies, you know. Still, the laughter of the gravedigger as it echoes through the gray gloomy sky is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural, the rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to return her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot help but pity her. Oh? You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger, then set about some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which does not take particularly long, and the preparing of the meals, a task which takes slightly longer. It is not until much later, however, once the sun has already sunk beneath the horizon and the moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. She is windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there is dirt caked beneath her fingernails. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which she hangs by the door, then looks to the pot suspended over the fire which you stoked with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, that of garlic and onions, fills the air, beautiful, suffusing the interior of the kitchen in a homey aroma which makes your stomach rumble. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white.
Thank you so much, dear one.
Ooh.
There's nothing like returning home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now, let me give it a test.
Anything for my beautiful wife husband. Works so hard in the fields. The gravedigger dips a spoon into the soup, then brings it to her lips. She blows upon it. Then she places the spoon into her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food which you have prepared for her? You have cooked for her before in the past, and she was always very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. You never had to concern yourself with it, really, growing up in relative comfort as you did. Yeah, we could fucking tell.
Yeah.
You think that you enjoy this rural, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privileges of your past life. At least now, with the gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend, a staunch ally. When you are with her, you are not alone, and that is worth its weight in gold. Oh, Pappy. The gravedigger exclaims, after drawing the spoon from her lips, her smile a bright, guileless one.
It's delicious.
Your face flushes at this compliment. You are unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that, a query which makes the gravedigger smile.
I mean it. You've become quite good at cooking, really.
Yeah, your first one was shit, but this one's great. That is a relief. You're not very good at all this cooking malarkey in the beginning. You do not know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once. You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw this sullied soup out. Delicious. The gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. Your soups during your stay have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Well, you know, it's what you need. Everybody needs a little iron in the diet, you know?
Everybody needs a little iron.
It's a healthy balance, and just one drop's not gonna kill you. You'll be fine.
Nothing wrong with a mineral here or there.
Did you ever see that there's that trend of people cooking with like not just like any rocks, but people putting like a specific type of rock in like their pan when they're making food for like
No.
Yes, it's for like instead of taking iron supplements, that substitute as like an iron supplement is just like actual minerals.
Does it actually work?
I have no idea. I want to say maybe on some level, but I would just, if you really need the iron that bad, then take a supplement.
Literally.
Or just eat more iron-rich foods. Because I know for me personally, I used to be on some iron supplements, just to get general types of vitamins, and it fucks my stomach up so bad.
Oh no.
So I cannot take those, but I typically don't have a problem because I eat like tons of foods that have a lot of iron in it. So
right.
Like I'm fine, but I can imagine if you're, because a lot of iron is in like red meat, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and so I can imagine for like vegetarians that would be difficult, or people who are on like what is it? Like is it pescatarian or
pescatarian?
Pescatarian
is only fish.
Yeah, and so I can imagine that that might be difficult.
Right.
But even so, I'm just like, there are ways than putting rocks in your food.
That's so funny. What the hell?
I know. I saw TikToks of people doing it, so I'm just like, this could just be a sensationalist video, but apparently it's enough of a thing where enough people are doing it. I'm like, okay,
right.
Whatever. Just get an IV. That's the best way that I have used. I mean, yeah, you can get an IV too. They're out there. Today's soup, however, is a marked step above all the rest. You did not cut yourself with a knife even once. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving.
This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too that we can eat it with, but oh, I should brew some tea too. Let me.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Ah, yes, the tea. You knew that you were forgetting something. You were so focused on the soup, it must have slipped your mind. Your face flushes yet again at this oversight, and shyly you offer to correct it. The gravedigger, however, waves your request aside.
No, it's all right. You made the dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair, and it won't take all that long.
But tell her, think of the entertainment value of eating rocks. I know. Well, they at the end they take the rock out. It's only like breaking off some of the minerals. I think that gets like baked or like mixed into the food. It's still like
breaking
wild.
off the minerals and probably ruining their pans.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. And also, wait, pause. That's also what like a cast iron skillet is good for. That's like the point of those is that also like the minerals that once you get all the seasonings in there and everything, those minerals in the pan as well also help with your iron intake. Just get a fucking skillet. Oh, you read this, right?
No, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy?
Of course you would not mind. You do enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you are awfully domestic. You work alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it, soup and bread, alongside with 2 cups of piping hot tea, prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. Delicious. You sit together at the table, then partake in this simple fare after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There's a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. Listen, salt and pepper, that's your best friend.
Literally.
That's truly, trust me, I do love my spices. I love my many spices and herbs, but genuinely, a lot of times, just some salt and pepper. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing, so much so it makes you feel rather sleepy. You would like to sit with the gravedigger for a little while longer and tell stories, as you have sometimes in the past, that or play cards. The nights are long, and there is no better way to pass them than spending time with her. Games of old maid, alas, will have to wait. You are too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals?
Victuals?
That's a new word for me.
Yeah. I'm assuming it means like dinner or whatever. Meal, maybe.
I guess so. Do you want to look it up?
Yep.
You feel utterly fatigued.
Victuals, food or provisions.
Interesting. I've never heard that word.
Me either.
She's just digging through that thesaurus.
She really did.
You explain your predicament to the gravedigger between your yawns, and she nods in response.
It's a damn archaic word.
Yeah. I've never heard that word before.
The definition says archaic on it.
Yeah, I bet.
Wild.
Mm.
That's alright. You don't need to stay up with me. Not if you ain't up to it. You should head off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours.
You do not think you are particularly pretty, but you presume that the gravedigger is just regurgitating a phrase to you. She does not truly mean it. How could she? She is far prettier than you are. You thank the gravedigger for her understanding, then rise from the table. That door is loud as fuck.
Yeah.
You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs, then change out of your clothes. You have only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles upon your door, light and unobtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong to but one person. It is the gravedigger come to check up on you.
I'm sorry,
The gravedigger says, her voice soft.
but you rushed to your room so soon after eating, I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see if you're alright.
Oh no, I need a beautiful lady to check my forehead for a fever. The only way to do so is if you press your forehead against mine, and our faces were so close, as if we were almost about to kiss.
This poor, beautiful woman who has seen so many die around her.
The gravedigger is trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear it wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned, so much so she could very well be on the brink of tears. You do not want her to cry for you. You would feel horribly guilty if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all that she has done for you. You beg the gravedigger entry into your room, therefore, without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. Yeah, she's like, please don't fucking die.
Yeah. She's like, please do not catch the plague.
The door swings inwards with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in black, her clothes a stark contrast to your pure white, well, off-white, nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in bed with your hair freed from your usual braids, and exhales. Is that relief you wonder playing about her face? But why? What was she expecting to see exactly before entering your bedchamber?
Thank you for letting me in.
The gravedigger says, toying with her fingers.
How do you feel?
Not too terrible, you reassure her. There are no particular problems with your health. You just feel tired.
Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale.
That would be nothing out of the norm. You are always pale.
True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink, or maybe a hot brick to place in your bed? It should keep you warm.
Oh yeah, like having a heated pan at the end of your feet. That was also something that they used to do. The brick in the bed is something new for me, but that makes sense.
Like, it makes sense, you know?
Or maybe me.
Maybe.
Or maybe. You appreciate your hostess's thoughtfulness, but you reassure her that this won't be necessary. You will be fine.
I hope so. I thought that about my father, too, before he...
The gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know now what she was thinking of before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin, a sweating brow, rank, oozing pustules. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague, which once beset your own country, and you shudder. Oh, we are British.
If you don't want anything, I'll be on my way.
The gravedigger says.
But before that... This was just a fancy on my part, but I was wondering, would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while?
Yeah! Your hair?
That's right. It's such a pretty shade of red is all. I just thought, well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me, not if you don't want to, but I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I've heard it's supposed to be soothing.
Yes, delightful. That is what the Grave Digger says, but you have the distinct feeling that she is the one looking for solace here. She is not quite so selfless, perhaps, as she would like you to think. But she has been so very good to you, and has done so very much for you, that you do not want to begrudge her this small self-indulgence. You rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request, and upon doing so, you are certain you have made the right choice. These people have a thing for red and white-haired Yuri. There's other characters, but mayhaps. Your hostess's face lights up immediately in a manner which makes you blush.
Oh, thank you. It'd be my honor. Now, let me fetch my brush.
Loud as fuck door. The Gravedigger retreats from your room in a hurry, but returns soon thereafter, holding in her right hand the promised brush. I've never seen artifact spelled like that.
I have.
Is it not artifact?
Sometimes.
This artifact, what's the difference?
I think it's maybe just an older way of spelling it.
That would make sense. This artifact acquired, the Gravedigger then settles herself upon your bed by your side. She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she announces that she will begin. The Gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melds with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It is soothing enough, so much so it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one, and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you, you wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, it must have been when you were a very little girl. You have not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you enrolled at the conservatoire.
Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. It's soft, just like silk. Not at all like mine. Mine is so coarse.
This gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscence. It sounds as though the Gravedigger is lost in nostalgia of her own, because her voice, when she next speaks, is dreamy.
I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me, back when she were still alive. That must have been a long time ago, though.
It's funny, you think, as the bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses, that you and the Gravedigger should both be reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. Perhaps there is something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair, which is wont to summoning forth such images. You would not know personally. I cannot remember my own mother. I cannot remember my own mother at all. We've never used single person. It's always been you.
Have we not?
It's always been you.
Oh.
This is the first time that there's an I. Fascinating.
I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much.
The Gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck.
My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can remember that. She always told me to sit still, though it wasn't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force.
Now this is curious. It sounds as though the reminiscence of the Gravedigger are not particularly fond after all. Did she not get along well with her mother?
I can't rightly say.
The Gravedigger replies in a somber sort of voice.
I was young, like I said, when she died. I really don't remember her too well.
March, that took me a second. He's like, Tyler, the woman in front of you has 2 eyes right there, clear as day. I was like, what? What are you talking about? Oh, with the yes, I got it. I understand.
But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all the cooking and the cleaning. Oh, and looking after my baby brothers.
But she had time enough despite that to brush your hair?
She did what she felt she had to do to make me look presentable. Not that it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village, you see.
Not like most girls.
Who like to sit indoors with their mothers and sew. I'd always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him.
Ruefully, the grave digger smiled. Not that you can see it with your back facing her.
My mother said I wasn't very, well, maidenly. She didn't like that I always traipsed around outside after my father, watching as he dug graves. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of a princess wearing a fine dress.
The gravedigger snorts.
I used to get a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I did get burrs in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. It's not like I ever had any hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. But still, she hoped. She had lots of hopes, my mother. High hopes. I think she might have resented my father, maybe, for working such a menial job. Our profession is an honest one, but it's never made much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses and... oh, I don't know. She always had ideas. Her head was full of fairy tales. It was a shame, I suppose, that her reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted.
The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable, so much so you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. You never will, either. Her cold, inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath a tombstone for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought out condolences can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you that, of course, your father loved you, really. If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? You know he was worried about his finances. That seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice, at least you think she was, but she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was nominally an adult, she always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You do not try to tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her, as she must have done, else she would have not given birth to her. Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair, and you say quietly that you understand. Sometimes you feel like a disappointment yourself.
Well,
the gravedigger says after a pause.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I guess it happens to all of us.
You guess so. Parents are only people after all. While one would hope one's parent would be kind and attentive, they too can fall victim to caprices? Caprices?
I think caprices.
Caprices of their own. Just because one has brought a child into this world, it does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly, real as hell. Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. It is a painful subject.
Oh, well, it's alright if my mother never liked me, or even if she never loved me. I know my father did, and that's all that matters. He was always there for me, no matter what.
Yeah, but kind of the goal is that both parents should like you as their child. Sad.
It's supposed to be both.
Sad, but not uncommon, which is also sad.
Yeah.
Your companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces.
At least until he wasn't. He died. And I didn't do a thing to help him.
Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake. You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It is all-consuming, like the waters of a deep, dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms with telling her. You turn to face her and pluck the brush, which has been hovering in the air, inert from her fingers. Then you let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness.
I know, but I can't help but think, what if? I keep racking my head over and over, trying to come up with something. But I can't think of anything. And even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried. I buried him, and now I'm all alone.
She might have been alone, you tell the gravedigger, but she isn't now, not anymore. How can she be when you are there?
I know that, I know, and I'm grateful, but I don't know if I deserve it.
Why would she not deserve your company? You do not understand.
Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me the most, I failed him. I failed everyone. All of the villagers, all of my friends, all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it. I don't want you getting sick too, not when I care about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to being on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much I can't sleep from it. I'm scared.
Your companion's voice catches in her throat. Then she collapses in on herself. She leans forwards, her arms wound about her middle as if to steady herself, and she cries. She cries, and she cries, and she cries. For a few moments, you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face streaked with silvery tears seemed to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem too slender to bear the accumulative weight of all the sorrow she has endured, are shaking. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, as insistent as the fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night. You are not so very tired, however, you cannot offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too weary to think of pretty sophisms. Sophisms? That's a new one for me too.
Me too.
Added to the list.
Added to the list.
But there is something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you are tired enough for once to throw caution to the wind. That and the tears of the gravedigger are awfully arresting. Oh, yay!
Oh.
You open your arms, and before the gravedigger can pass comment, you pull her to your chest.
Oh.
A soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quieter than the sound of wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then there is nothing. The gravedigger is stiff in your arms for a few moments, like the corpses she and her father used to seal away inside their wooden coffins. She is all wide eyes and awkward, pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly as you hold her that you have perhaps made a mistake. Were your attempts at consoling her too clumsy? You would not know. You've never been in a situation like this before. You have never consoled any friends before, because you have never had any friends to console. It is not so now, however. You are as far away from your old life as it is possible to be, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there, still as a statue cradled in your arms.
Oh, I'm very sorry to show you something so embarrassing. It's just, I get so lonely sometimes.
Until at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against yours. You run your hands against your sobbing companion's shoulder blades, and her back, and gently you soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize. There is no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your chest, wetting the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you that night, but they do not need to. Words are irrelevant in a moment as tender as this, shared between two souls who have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. You slid beneath your sheets, you still feel exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. It would be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. You have already accepted the gravedigger, after all, every single inch of her. You have accepted her hospitality. You have accepted her food. Now you are accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets, then draw her body to yours. The gravedigger has not yet changed into her nightwear. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she wakes come the following morning, her head resting against your chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There is no concept of time between the two of you, no thought of the day which will dawn once this night inevitably ends. Instead, there is only the warmth shared between you and the wetness on the cheeks of the gravedigger. There is the sound, irregular now and less intense than before, of your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There is this gentle, tender moment snatched in the midst of a deep, dark night which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy as though weighed down with stones. They droop inexorably downwards, pulling you like a drowning maiden into the dark, impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn, then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger like two cats in a basket. You sleep and you sleep and you sleep, more deeply than you have allowed yourself in quite some time. Oh. But when you awake, you find you are no longer in the bed upon which you slept in, surrounded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you are quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but your surroundings do not become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you are roused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else to slake your thirst. Your sleep has been awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. That does not sound quite right, though. You slept well, of that you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? You do not know. You do not know much of anything. You can feel a strange pinching sensation around your chest, however, and around your arms. It would appear as though somebody, who else could it have been but save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping. That is a startling thought, but the darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you is unsettlingly complete. It is so thick you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep, unnatural darkness. It is cold, too, and you are lying upon something hard, some sort of a stone slab. What is going on? You reach out, but your movements are soon stymied. There is something heavy lying atop you, something that is limiting your movements. You were anxious before upon awaking, but at this discovery you feel downright aggrieved. A sharp prong of panic pierces you, but you try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations even worse. You ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best you can, though it is coming on thick and fast, and try to squirm. You move your arms outwards, but they do not get very far. There is a wall above you, and walls on either side of you. Walls which do not budge no matter how hard you push. Not, I must add, that you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. You have never had much in the way of upper body strength, nor lower body strength. You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meager exertions, unsure of what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, nor why, but a terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you, one which initially you tried to discard. You do not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You are lying in a box, hemmed in by walls which can offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? Scary. Ooh, scary. This is like my worst fear, by the way.
Honestly, yeah.
I hate like this like genuinely terrifies me so much. I think about there's like in the days of like Fear Factor and when like these type of instances where people would like get buried alive and things like that for like oh fuck, whoops, I full screened our Discord call by accident. There we go. Where people would like experience what it's like to be like buried in a coffin. I'm like, this is the fucking worst thing in the world.
Literally, like, oh.
Because there's just literally nothing you can do.
Exactly.
It's so fucking scary.
It's like, I can't stand it.
I know. It makes me so like. The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear it. The irregular sound of drumming. It is as though somebody, though they must be a very large somebody, is tapping their fingers upon the lid of your coffin. That, or it is raining. It is not the fingers of a giantess, though, which is disturbing you, nor is it falling rain. It is dirt. The sound continues on, as though it is drilling its way inside your skull. It is relentless. It is merciless. Like the ticking of a great celestial clock, it cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out. But you knew that already, didn't you, when you were running through the forest? You ought to have known, silly thing, like you could not outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later it would catch up with you. You are stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. You cry not for your parents, whom you hardly knew, nor for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you have been living and with whom you shared one precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Surely this is some manner of mistake. Once she realizes that you are in fact entombed in one of the coffins she is currently filling, for who else would be moving the dirt above you, she will cease her operations at once. She will pull you out of the darkness, back into the world of the living, and then she will hold you close. She will embrace you. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you and so kind. Why would she bury you? You cry to her so loudly that you fear your vocal cords might tear, all while banging against the roof of your compact prison. You cry desperately, helplessly, and to your relief your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling soil stops, albeit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's being filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it.
So, you're awake then, are you, dear one?
The gravedigger says. She sighs. Then she says in a perplexed sort of voice,
Now that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd be asleep a couple hours more, so the last time we spoke could have been on better terms. If you keep screaming like that, I'm going to feel bad.
Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You are so tense you are attuned to every single syllable, and each of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake, then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You posit this question to the gravedigger as best you can, trying to keep the tremors from your voice as you do. Perhaps you think in your optimism that if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward you for your bravery and let you go. If that is what you are hoping, though, it is in vain.
That's right, you really do catch on quick.
So, it would appear she really has committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why, though, would she do such a thing? You thought that she was your friend.
We are friends,
The gravedigger says, her voice still worryingly offhand, worryingly empty.
I'm very fond of you. There's nobody dearer to me than you. I've had a really good time with you these last... How long's it been again? I don't remember.
Neither do you. Well, if this little detail has slipped both your minds, it can't be all that important. You have other things to worry about. If you really are friends, you say to the gravedigger, then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You do not understand. But you understand her reply even less.
Well, here's the thing.
Here's the thing. The gravedigger says in a reasonable sort of voice, as though burying somebody alive could ever be thought of as a reasonable action.
I've been digging graves for a long time, see?
You cannot see. It is too dark. But you affirm that you do all the same.
Well, I was digging all these graves, but I've not had anybody to put them in, not for ages. It was rather sad.
You think you know where this train of logic, twisted though it is, might be going, so you do not interrupt her. You know no good would come of it. All you can do for the present is lie there and listen.
I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this godforsaken village, not after the plague messed everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. Now that I have somebody I can bury, I'm not gonna let the opportunity pass me by.
Awesome.
I'm sorry, but this is just part of my job. It's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I buried my mother and I buried my father. I buried all of my friends. Now I'm going to bury you too.
It is sound logic in a sense. As the daughter of a gravedigger, digging graves is her job, but something about it rankles you. If only you could put your finger on it. Ah yes, there is a bit of flaw with her reasoning, is there not? You are not dead after all.
You might not be dead now.
The gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity.
But you will be if given enough time.
I mean, sure.
I mean,
fair.
She's not wrong.
She's not wrong. That thought process is so fucking funny.
It really is.
It's like, well, I gotta dig a grave. I guess you'll do.
Hey, look, I'm doing it already. Like, I gotta fill something up.
I gotta. Like, what else am I gonna do with my time? It's like,
I have nothing better to do. Jeez.
And then she's contemplating. She's like, ah, shit, they're not dead yet. But they will be.
But they will be. It's gonna be fine.
It's genius.
Preparing for the future.
Yeah, exactly. We don't even need like to give any, we don't need to do a wake. We don't need to give any funeral rites. It's fine. I just dig this grave. We're good.
I mean, everybody else I've ever known's died. Who's to say you wouldn't be next?
It seems rather more likely that you will die, and quickly, if she persists with her poorly thought out plan to bury you. Forward thinking at its finest, yeah. Your coffin is not very large. It affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it for long enough, you will run out of oxygen. Then you will suffocate. That or you will starve to death. Either way, your demise will be a slow, painful one.
God, can you imagine running out of oxygen?
You kind of, this is the same thing where in this space, it just eventually you just start to fall asleep because your brain is so oxygen deprived, and yeah, that's it.
Like, you know it's happening.
Yeah,
like,
you just know that you're slowly dying. You know,
awful.
It's pretty much the second you start falling asleep in this situation, you're like, well, that's it.
Yep. Oh.
Yep. You are unsure which death would be worse, though given how precarious your situation is, you do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger and quickly while she is still here. You tell her tearfully that you would not leave her. Why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow, but the gravedigger remains unmoved.
You say that,
She says,
but how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveler. They never stay put in one place for long. You'd get sick of me before long. Then you'd leave me. This way, at least, I can be assured that we'll always stay together.
Love that.
If I bury you like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I even took care to put you in a nice spot, close to my home, so you're only a stone's throw away, really.
Oh, that's so romantic.
Isn't that nice?
Privately, you think that the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you. You do not say this, however. You cannot say much of anything because the panic has begun to set in. It is choking you, stopping up your throat so you can only cry. You scream. You
you're
beg.
wasting oxygen.
Huh? Oh, yes.
I said...
Absolutely. You beg and you plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She has already buried her little brothers. She has even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. She thinks by burying you, she is doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think that she is going to kill you. In a sense, you are both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you will never be able to find any common ground. You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She is beyond listening.
Shush, shush, dear one,
says the gravedigger very gently, just as gently as she spoke last night when she confided in you all of her fears.
It won't be so bad, really. Nothing will be able to hurt you down there. It'll be just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? This way, we can always be together. And I'll never be lonely again.
While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your arms, your legs, and your head, conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of the dirt and the scrapings of the shovel and your own desperate, frantic screams. Yeah, she's gonna water your grave as well, exactly. You scream and you scream and you scream without cease until your throat feels hoarse, but your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You are in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there, screaming and crying and banging your fists on the roof of the coffin over and over as more dirt and debris falls on top of you. Eventually, enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You are all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the backs of your nostrils when you inhale. It is so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You can taste the eventual, inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here underground forever and ever. Or, to use less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. It isn't a very pleasant way to go. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Oh. See, what the hell? Of course. I'm like, dare I save? Dare I save?
The last 50 bajillion times we thought we were gonna have options.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
And they
all
did
of a sudden...
And now we get to choose. Okay. All right, which one do you want to pick?
We gotta fight.
We gotta fight. Till the very end.
Try.
Well, actually, I'll put it here just in case. Are you not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you? Very well. I cannot blame you. It is quite a grim ending. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy, and you are rather dearer to me than that. Now, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming. There's the eye again. Your fate is, once again, in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? There's the other options. All right, do you want to see what happens when we fucking die?
A little bit.
Okay. Let me see, how do we get to... Okay, cool. Oh wait, that's the... Oh shit, we can skip. It's okay. No,
Yeah.
not
I was
overwrite.
like, we just got a lot of
Yeah. It's okay, we can skip so fast. I'm just gonna go ahead and start saving at every like possible prompting. All right, there we go.
For real.
All right, acceptance.
Acceptance.
Very well then. Enjoy your eternal slumber. I suppose this is good night for now, but it is not goodbye. You cannot escape from me, even if you are buried deep beneath the earth. Where there is a will, there is a way. And even if the whole world has forsaken you, I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. I figured, yeah, that's so cool. All right. Interesting. Fascinating.
Wow.
I'm seeing, I'm observing, I'm gazing, I'm understanding.
Our eyeballs are open.
Mm-hmm. We're learning. All right.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. And then we'll do this. And okay. Oh shit, I should have saved. Oh well.
It's okay.
All right, your choice.
Let's go to the shore.
Take me to the beach. New one. Excellent. So you want to go to the shore? Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? Oh, hold on.
Probably somebody else that is going to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
Hee hee.
This night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures still waiting for you. Still awaiting you. I hope that you have prepared yourself now in advance, and I do hope for your sake that you have learned how to swim. Oh, excellent. I have a sneaking suspicion that this skill might come in handy. You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. You are little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you will find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions. You have visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away on his boat to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine, too, that the face of this kindly fisherman, a face you have lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. He will have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with gray. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
He will look intimidating at a glance, but he will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. You are only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going. Oh, beautiful. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do. You do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time has begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous? Added to the list.
Yep.
I'm going to say the vertiginous cliffs, which plummet sharply downwards to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. You felt upon escaping the woods a degree of hope, but the sight of these weathered, blasted cliffs gives you pause. You inhale, then you frown. Now what are you to do? You did not think of this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. Ooh, new music. There is little in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far, you do not know, and you cannot see any houses. Where exactly will you rest your weary head, and what of your weary legs?
We shall get rid of the weary legs.
Yeah, just get rid of them.
Tail time.
Fitfully you look around. There is nobody to your east, nor is there anybody to your west. There is no point in looking south, that is the way you came, and when you look north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it is too dark. Naturally, there is not a soul here to help you. You are on your own. You feel so overwhelmed you could very well cry. You do not cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden, unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You are not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, if only a little. And it is this sense of self-preservation which compels you onwards. You glance this way and that, and depressing the tall grass beneath your shoes as you search for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely-looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? You hurry onwards, hope budding anew in your heart until, at long last, you reach your destination. There is a house, after all, out here in the wilds, though it doesn't at a glance look very welcoming. The solitary house that you have discovered not so far from the cliffs is rather unremarkable. It is so small and squat you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than one room. Though it is dark, it is not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. It is leaning listlessly to one side, like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops its dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There is a hole in the thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and part of it looks particularly bare, almost bald. That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you will not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay in the night in such a place? You have some misgivings. But do your misgivings matter, really, when there was nowhere else to go?
It is not as though you have any other options. It is with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage, which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Foreshadowing. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it's empty. It is rather late after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you will never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Then you rap the knuckles of your right fist on the door. You rap quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for a second time, more loudly this time. You wait a few moments, but you still cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. The third time, as they say, the charm. But for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say you did not try. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door. You pull it down, and to your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you as if by magic. It feels almost as if this was preordained. You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It is hard to see given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage's interior is about as inspiring as its exterior. Which is to say, not very. So we're so judgmental.
For real.
Like, goddamn. It is every bit as small and as cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely that is to your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small, cramped cottage such as this, with holes in the roof. You close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute, so intense it overcomes the lust of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this one is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together, and soothed by the sounds of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Then you begin to dream. Yeah, it might not be like, the best place to sleep, but it's the sound of the ocean nearby. Yeah, it's a place to sleep, but also, the sound of the ocean nearby is so lovely and
Exactly.
it's so soothing. People usually will play those on their TV or on their noise machine specifically,
Right.
and you just get that for free.
I got the rain noises that go at night.
Yeah.
Like...
All right, you're gonna read this part while I fill my what are these called? My Stanley with my drink.
Okay. It is not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it, from queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in their straw. Why, who is to say that all you have observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies, then, a dream inside a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another, like little wooden dolls. Is that not a whimsical thought? How very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more pernicious sort. In your dreams, you are at the conservatoire, with your red hair tied back into 2 prim, proper braids.
Okay, I got it. You can still keep reading if you want.
Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, you go ahead for a little bit.
Okay. You are walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed so as not to look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not want to meet their eyes. These girls, with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes, are merciless. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours so as not to draw their attention, but alas, it is not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall, and just like that, all eyes are upon you. They are staring at you. They are laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, your books scattered and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray. Your knee hurts. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes, at a girl taller than you and prettier and much more refined. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? It cannot hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Her fingers curl around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall, and your knee is still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you are not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She is laughing at you. Then she is pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water which drums against its basin is all of a sudden very loud. It is overwhelming. It surrounds you. Then it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then... No. You do not want to remember this. What good will it do? It is in the past, where the past ought to remain. You are never going to go back, not even in your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back into the world of the waking with a start. You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide.
All right, I got it. Excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I missed my Sunday reading story.
Yeah. We'll get back to it soon. Soonish,
Yeah.
I guess.
I'm hoping next month.
Oh, I hope so too.
You feel wearied from a lack of a sleep, and with half-lidded eyes you glance about. It is still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the window splashed, still with stars. How long were you asleep? You are not sure. Your dream was so very detailed, it really did feel like you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste a rank, fetid water in your mouth. I do know that word. It's just like, it's just spelled weird.
I think it's another like older spelling of it.
Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. So vivid was your dream, you half expect to find that your clothes are damp. This is not the case, however. You are, in fact, perfectly dry. Well, now what are you to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You are very tired. But your senses feel too overwrought all of a sudden for sleep. Good night, March. Have a good sleep.
Good night, March.
You do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet, then stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky and to the pitted moon, which hangs amongst them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors howling like an injured animal, and more softly the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that is not all. What is that sound? Why, it is almost like singing. The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, nor even the individual syllables, but there is a haunting quality to it all. The singer, whoever they are, possesses quite the pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is a melancholy one which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing, but emotionally, that is another matter altogether. You really should have learnt your lesson by now. You should know better than to go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, then reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your grasping fingers, and the door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in a doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the old cottage, but it is colder still now that the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold, inhospitable land, your fingers clenched into fists at your sides. Then you step out into the unknown. You canvass the cliff face, led by nothing more than that luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice, as it hangs on the breeze. It would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs, where they drop downwards into empty air. You ought not to go any further, but the voice has yet to cease. You can still hear it echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. These cliffs are steep and the rocks below them are sharp. You see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you are determined to ease yourself down onto the shore, in one piece preferably. One piece preferably. One piece.
Oh my god, the One Piece.
And we're going to the sea!
We're going. Oh my god, I wonder if Luffy's going.
Holy fuck. The wind is so powerful, it feels as though there is something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder during your descent if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. Well, if that's what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until at long last your feet meet the shoreline below. You have made it, and you did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping those rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You could have died. There's still time for that. You flex your fingers. They feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it is still attached to your bones, where it ought to be. Your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has by and large been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulled you outdoors. Now you must find them. You set off down the shore on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated, meanwhile, you clamber over. All the while, the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlight stroll. The waves lap against the shore, then recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. The oceans that you have seen in your library books were all blue as sapphires, but this ocean is different. It is so late at night it looks black instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to quash it. You will not let yourself be afraid.
It's an actual mermaid.
Oh my god.
Yes!
She's beautiful.
She's so beautiful.
You round a corner, and your feet unsteady in their sensible brown shoes. And then, at long last, you see her. There is a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted, her expression so full. She is singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender like the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, there's nothing like anything you have ever seen before. It is here and here alone that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty, for her legs are non-existent. Rather than two awkward appendages, this woman has instead the sleek, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not, then, a human? She cannot be, not with a tail like that. This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they don't understand. At least you do not scream. That would be even ruder.
Hold on. Oh, my foot fell asleep. Okay. Oh my.
You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing, it feels almost as if she's looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest, as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when first you observed her, sitting on that outcrop of rock, her face turned in profile. Now she is looking at you, however, you can see that you were mistaken. She is not just pretty. She is beautiful. So much so it is almost unnerving. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. This is repeating from the other thing. But no, she is none of those things. Her tail might be an impossible thing, but its scales look slick and wet regardless, like those of any fishes one might find at the market. These scales are iridescent and bathed beneath the light of the moon. They seem almost to glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. You prepare yourself expecting some sort of altercation, but the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which once were pursed in a frown, now shift upwards. She is smiling. Then she says in a refined sort of voice,
My, it really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters.
My, this is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet, girlish variety. She is rather more amicable than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself, with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously you observe the mermaid, and you ask her what she means. What happened?
As to that, I am afraid I cannot say. I've been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but nobody has come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with.
A tragedy.
I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water's surface, and your kind had been eradicated.
You shudder, then reassure the mermaid to the contrary. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you, at least, have not been eradicated. You are still here.
Yes, well, I can see that.
The mermaid answers with a light laugh.
It really is a relief. My fellow mer people who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I have always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering sitting here night after night all on my own. It gets so lonely here.
Once again.
Once again.
Now that is an interesting turn of phrase.
Once again.
Once again, it catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? Ha.
So, dear human, did you say that you were unfamiliar with these parts?
Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtlessly, though you might be at times, you are not so very self-centered that you cannot detect the note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident as she looks at you that she is hoping for a particular answer to her query. This answer, alas, is not one that you can furnish her with. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you reaffirm your earlier words, though this time you embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It is not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you have only just arrived by this shore, and you are unfamiliar both with your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there is a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it, of course.
Not at all.
Never set foot in a village. You do not know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposes, struck this land. Say a plague, maybe. But if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needn't worry overly on that score. You are still alive. Are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity with the human realm?
Yes, that is true. You are here. I am grateful, naturally, for your company, although...
Wistfully, the mermaid sighs.
I was rather hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and of its inhabitants.
Well, there's a girl that fucking buried them.
Yeah.
This makes you wonder. Was there a particular person from this village she was close to? Ooh.
So, you were able to work that much out?
The mermaid answers with a small smile.
You are an intelligent one, aren't you?
Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You were always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular. Don't worry, me too, girly.
Couldn't be me.
You can never get your head around all the numbers. I don't know. I've never learned how to count. I don't know how to count. I don't know what numbers are. I've never fucking seen a number in my life.
I took all of the numbers.
What
They're
the
in
hell?
my brain.
That's awful.
So sorry.
You don't need them.
I need them.
No.
I do need them.
Get rid of them.
I need the number. I need the numbers. The words don't make sense to me. I need the numbers.
Your stern, stony-faced maths
professors used to despair in you. Fucking British.
Fucking British.
With their fake ass words, their extra S's.
And their extra U's.
And their extra U's. What the fuck is a flavor?
The fuck is a Cador?
But she is not here. None of them are here. It is just you now and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by her compliment, and tell her that it was nothing more than a lucky guess.
For a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You were quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me.
Girly pop, either she's burying people or she has been buried.
Yeah.
Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are.
Sorry. There are many humans in this world, of that I know. The human who spoke with me, however, was special. She was my human.
That's very nice. You do not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice.
And I cherished her dearly. She would come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores, and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and about her customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool.
Well, that's lovely.
She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to pasture.
Okay, so a different
Girly
girl.
pop,
Well, she's
buried.
fucking dead.
She's under the ground,
either
6 feet.
either the plague got her or she was buried alive.
Yeah. She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength.
Nice.
I, who have lived in the ocean all of my life, cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that mattered not to me.
Well, damn.
Her conversation was engaging, and I knew through our continued encounters that she meant no ill will. She did not even have a single drop of malice in her heart.
The wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of her friend makes you feel for a few brief moments a flicker of some ugly, primordial emotion. Could it be jealousy? It is painful, isn't it, to hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in so intimate a manner. You have for many, many years been woefully alone. But you are not alone now. You are with the mermaid, and she is with you, and though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go?
Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she had been whisked away by a wicked spirit.
That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear?
No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden.
So you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf, did she not give you any warning?
Not a single one.
And when, you ask, did she disappear?
I do not know, in truth. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently both above and below the surface. You humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and to place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons, and for your months, and even for your days of the week. It is all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live so much longer than you humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal.
This curious remark catches your attention. How long exactly do mermaids live for? The mermaid does not look much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder.
My, nosy, aren't we?
The mermaid asks, and she laughs, a soft tinkling sound like that of a bell, which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You have always had a thirst for knowledge, not of the dry, dusty academic variety, but of stories peopled with strange persons. Yes. Literature was the only subject you were ever any good at. Me too.
Again, it is hard for me to quantify, but to put in terms a human like you can understand, I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries.
Centuries? That is quite the surprise. But perhaps it shouldn't be. You have been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile?
I have not been waiting quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it has been but a few seasons. It might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I have experienced any number of wants during my life, but I have never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me and she would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I am asking for an impossibility. I have been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her, or to her family. Or perhaps to her whole village.
Well.
You
can hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Her sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge it for too long. Otherwise, you fear you might drown in it. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You are only a traveler, after all. What do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a nearby village?
Yes, I thought you might say that. It is quite unfortunate, but oh well. I ought not to reflect upon all that I am missing. That would be churlish of me, and it would not be fair to you either. You did not approach me, I am sure, with the hope of hearing about all of my woes. I should be grateful instead for all it is that I do have. I still have my long, long life, which stretches before me like a golden cord, and of course, I have you now.
Does she?
Do I not? I ought to go soon before my absence is noticed, but will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. I have always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone.
You cannot help but feel, as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers, that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you instead as a substitute for the farmhand that has been missing so very ardently. The thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it. Still, to be held in lower esteem than a farmhand of all things. Girl!
What are we?
Judgy!
I mean, other than judgy.
It makes your self-esteem sing.
Well, obviously we grew up in a well-to-do family, or we at least were fairly well off.
I'm just curious as to what not ranking, but
what standing we have.
Yes.
Yeah, just
Curious.
Interesting.
Right.
I get enough to get us sent to a pretty nice boarding school.
Mm-hmm.
But
a nice boarding school with horrible manners.
yeah,
But
like still though, I'm just like, girl, what the hell?
crazy.
This is why you got buried.
You try not to let the mermaid notice this, though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It is silly in any case to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It is the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You would, you tell the mermaid after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much.
Oh, thank you. I've been feeling very gloomy for some time now, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again.
Did she not smile, you wonder, after her friend disappeared?
I did not, no. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You are not callous and unfeeling like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You are much kinder than they are.
Oh, if only she knew. If the mermaid was aware, I wonder, of how petty you are and how jealous, would she still care for you? Well, that is neither here nor there. You agree to meet with the mermaid come sundown the following night, then make your slow, stumbling way back up the cliffs, then to the cottage you have purloined as your own. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet, and then you close your eyes. The sighing of the wind outside and the distant rolling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel, after your midnight encounter of a marish kind, quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Back here again? Or is all that gone? Do you not think you are being a bit complacent? No? Oh well, you will.
Excellent. Foreboding.
The following morning, when it arrives, is cloudy and overcast. It is not particularly pleasant morning, but at least it is not raining. That is some small consolation. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glance about the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night, when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but looks even more so when subjected to the morning's light. The cottage's interior has the distinct disquieting appearance of having been abandoned in a hurry. There is broken pottery strewn upon the ground, and the singular wooden chair, which one must have stood by the singular wooden table, is lying on the floor. The doors of the cupboards, meanwhile, are ajar, the shelves within depressingly bare. A quick search reveals a handful of edibles, but there is precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you will have to look into foraging. You ate very little last night and your stomach is empty.
It's time to go fishing, girl.
Fishing. Fish time.
Yeah!
It was the malcontented rumblings of your stomach, in actual fact, which roused you from your slumber. But your body seems to be very far away indeed, much like the gray clouds which choke the sky. You are not thinking of your own physical discomforts. You are dwelling instead upon the events of the night prior. You cannot help but think of the mermaid. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night during your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? It sounds unreal, especially now that the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior have dispersed. You cannot quite believe it. It must have been a dream. But why then can you recall it so very clearly? You help yourself to the scant food and drink available to you, all the while thinking of your next course of action. Now what are you to do? You plan, of course, to return to the shore come nightfall, so that you might once again see the mermaid, but the night will not arrive for quite some time. You need to find some means of keeping yourself occupied until then. The uninspiring interior of the cottage does not furnish you with any particular ideas, so you decide to go for a walk. Your soul still ache after your exertions last night, but if you go slowly, you ought to be all right. That is what you hope, at least. You do not want to spend much longer than you have to in the fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. It's almost as cold inside as it is out, and in any case, the cottage is still far too small. It's like, what do you expect? You leave the cottage behind you and set off. You do not know where exactly you are going, but you suppose it does not matter overly much. You do not have any particular destination in mind. Your meanderings lead you to the cliffs, which are steep and sharp. The drop to the shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder how you were able to descend the cliffs the night prior to meet the mermaid. You're rather more determined than you ever realized, though I, of course, could have told you that much. You are surprisingly capricious for such a small, slender human. You walk along the side of the cliffs, keeping a sensible distance away from the drop to the shore. You might have survived last night's excitement unscathed, but you do not fancy trying your luck. It would be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death in the darkness, only to stumble during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. They're real. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Ooh!
Ooh.
Your meanderings along the cliff reveal to you all manner of curious flora. You thought the night prior that the cliffs were weather blasted, but you can see now that your assumptions were incorrect. There are flowers here, very warm and bright, like the sun's light during the summertime. Or you think with a flush of pleasure, the fair hair of the mermaid whom you are certain you spoke to last night. These flowers are so very like her hair, it is uncanny. You step towards the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. The tall grass brushes your ankles like a caress, the morning's dew wetting your skirt. Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you care not for this minor discomfort. You have just had an idea. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You are sure that she would appreciate it. Why would she not? She told you in a voice which was steeped with dolor that she had been feeling lonely. You want to see her again. And when you see her next, you would like to make her smile. It is with this thought in mind that you begin to pick the flowers which are growing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and their delicate stems snap easily enough between your fingers. You take care when plucking these flowers to leave a substantial amount of stem intact. You will need these stems so you might twine the flowers together. You mean to make for your mermaid a diadem? Diadem. Something she'll be able to wear within her hair. This tiara is certain to suit her. She is so pretty, anything would suit her. You continue to work slow and steadfast as the weak sun shines. It takes time, but you are eventually able to fashion something you are satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid will feel similarly, if indeed she really does exist. Carefully, you pocket your makeshift diadem, then decide to forage for some food. You discover during your search some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits, for the present at least. It is fortunate, really, that you are so excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you were less focused upon the future and dwelt more in the immediate present, you might have more of an appetite. The emptiness in your stomach assuaged, you return to the cottage whereat you meant to wait for the setting of the sun. There's very little to do, you soon discover, in the cottage other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floor, occupations which both feel depressingly pointless. You could re-thatch the roof, you know? Other useful things.
Repair the cottage.
Mm-hmm. There are no books to read either, with which you might pass your idle hours. You do, however, busy yourself with trying to light a fire, so that you might ward off the cold. There you go. Time is horribly slow in passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but also because you cannot stop thinking of the mermaid. Will she really return to the shore as she said she would? Can you truly trust her? Oh, you hope that you can. If she were not present at your designated meeting place, you think you would die from disappointment. The seconds continue to trickle by, unchecked by any hourglass, and as they do, the sun sinks beneath the horizon. Part of you worries, however, that it might still be too early to search for the mermaid. Will she be there yet? You sit there, your stomach tied up in anxious knots, and as you listen to the wind which buffets your windows, you hear it. The sound is faint, but you recall it well from the night before. There is a single, solitary voice outdoors, tempest-tossed amidst the rolling waves. The voice is high, clear one, silvery, if indeed voices can have colors, like a finely polished dinner plate in a noblewoman's home. The voice belongs, of course, to the mermaid. Who else do you know with a voice as angelic as that? Relief begins to bubble up inside you, a relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. She did not abandon you after all. Why, you wonder, did you ever think she would? She said that she wanted to see you. Did you think that was a mere nicety? Buoyed as if by a gentle breeze, you hurry to the door. With trembling fingers, they are trembling, I presume, from the excitement rather than fear, you seize the handle, then turn it. Then you step out into the dark, inky night. You walk towards the cliffs as you did the night prior, beneath the cover of the inky blue sky, the wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. Your soul still aches from your expedition the day prior, but you are able to ignore this discomfort. It seems irrelevant, really, when compared to the prospect of once again meeting the mermaid. You have known her for only one night, yet she has come to mean more to you than your own well-being. You would do anything for the mermaid if she asked it. Well, almost anything. Hehehe. You hurry down the sharp incline of the cliffs to the shore, almost stumbling in your scuffed brown shoes, which really were not built with rock climbing in mind. So frantic are you in your attempts to once again make the mermaid's acquaintance, you nearly fall. It's a good thing that you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing. Otherwise, this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way onto the shore, then approach the jagged outcrop of rock whereat you last saw the mermaid. Like the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn about her shoulders. When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing, and her eyes light up. Or at least they seem to.
So you have returned to me, my hero.
The mermaid says, and then lightly she giggles.
Or perhaps I should say heroine.
Her praise makes you blush. You do not feel worthy of it. Nobody has ever called you a heroine before. You do not think of yourself as a heroine. If a story were made about you, you rather think that you would be a supporting character, one without her own voice. And she doesn't talk! You talk for her! Oh my god, that's crazy!
Oh my
god. You are not interesting enough. The mermaid seems to think that you are, though. She is staring at you delightedly, as though you are the one person in the world she most wishes to speak to. The thought makes you tremble, but not as much as the mermaid's gaze. You tell the mermaid that you do not think you are so very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh.
I think you are. I saw the way you scaled those cliffs. I thought that was very heroic.
I love that she just watches you every time it's night.
Yeah.
She just sees you coming down the cliff and she's like, oh, there she goes. Will she make it? Ooh, oh, she's good. Okay. So don't worry, girlie. You'll know when she fucking dies.
Literally.
Falling off the damn rocks. Oh, so she saw that, did she? Then, did she see how you slipped down the cliffs, grazing your palms in the process, and how you very nearly fell? You've never been the most graceful of girls, but to have your failings exposed before a being as poised and as perfect as the mermaid, it stings a little bit. More, in fact, than the resulting grazes on your palms your clumsiness has wrought you. You tell the mermaid that there was nothing so very heroic about all of that. You were simply excited, that is all, to see her again. You weren't thinking.
Well, that makes two of us. I was excited to see you again.
She was?
Naturally. I had a very good time speaking to you last night. I had hoped that we might resume our correspondence. That is why I came to the rocks a bit earlier than usual. I was waiting for you. Did you hear my song?
Yes, you reply with a nod of your head. You heard it all the way in the abandoned cottage. It called out to you.
That was the general idea. I was singing for you.
She was. You do not think that you are worthy of the mermaid's song, but if she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then...
Well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There is nobody else to hear me.
That is a good point, you suppose. Shyly, you look back at the mermaid. You thank her for her song. It was very beautiful. Then tell her before you can lose your nerve that you have prepared a present for her, too.
Oh, have you really?
You have. It is a small thing, nothing more than a silly trinket. But if it would not be too much of an imposition, then... With clumsy fingers, you reach into your pocket. That is so pretty! For a few moments, you fret that your near fall down the cliff might have damaged the delicate chain nestled within it, but your worries are in vain. The chain is surprisingly sturdy, given it was made only a few flowers, and has held firm against the odds. You handle the chain with great care all the same, however, as you hold it out, presenting it for the mermaid's approbation. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned this chain. You thought that it would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when you first made it, but after looking at the mermaid, you had begun to reconsider. The mermaid's beauty is otherworldly, so much so it almost hurts to look at her. Your flower crown, by comparison, seems a very meager offering indeed. The longer you hold your gift out, the more unworthy it feels. You have half a mind, as the seconds elapse, to snatch your silly, wholly unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she can judge you too harshly. But the mermaid's lips curve upwards into a smile, and in a voice so full of gratitude it makes your heart throb, she says,
Oh my, did you make this for me?
Oh yes, you reply, still feeling a little flustered. You saw these flowers earlier when you went for a walk, and they made you think of her. Not, you hasten to add, that you think her beauty is comparable to these flowers. They are far inferior when contrasted with her good looks. You simply thought you were unable to get the rest of the sentence out, however, because the mermaid interrupts you, not rudely, but with something resembling compassion. Perhaps she pities you. She must be able to hear how your voice is trembling. Can she also see the way your hands tremor? Oh dear. Faint heart never won the hand of a fair maiden, you know. What happened to all of your confidence?
I think that your gift is a wonderful one. I did not at all expect it, but it really is pretty.
You look at your feet, too shy to meet the mermaid's gaze. Then you say very quietly that you are glad that she thinks so, but she does not need to spare your ego. You have precious little of it left as it is. The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be self-conscious, because she smiles.
I am not simply saying things to spare your ego. I am not like that. Humans might spout platitudes as easily as they breathe air, but I do not compliment others unless I truly mean it. Is that not the point of speech? To have an honest dialogue with one another? If one party in a conversation is withholding their true intentions, then conversation is impossible. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is so very limited.
Oh, you blush at this, more deeply still, and surveyed the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. Then she really does like it?
Did I not just say that? You humans are so very funny. What with all of your second guessing. She was like that too in the beginning.
She?
My friend.
The mermaid's answer is a simple one, but it makes your stomach clench regardless. Ah, yes, her friend. How could you have forgotten about her?
She used to make me gifts too, you know. Gifts like this one. She would pick flowers on the cliffs over there where I cannot tread.
The mermaid gestures with one hand to the cliffs, which tower above the shore, tall and imposing as though they stab the sky above.
And she would fashion them into crowns like this one, and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens, though she was similarly shy when she first presented them to me. She did not seem to think very much of her handiwork. You and her are remarkably similar, really.
There is no guile in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sails. Of course, the coward. Coward? Is that this is British?
Cowherd.
Is this British spelling, or is it just like a different word?
It's a different word.
Okay.
Cowherd.
Cowherd.
Like a farmer.
Gave the mermaid gifts. Why would she not? The mermaid is beautiful. She is so very beautiful. Like the tutelary? Tutelary. Like a tutelary goddess, she seems to invite tribute simply by existing. Were you more religious, or more irreligious maybe? You might even consider worshipping her. Though in essence, is that not what you were doing with your flower crown? How silly of you to think that your idea was an original one.
I might be accustomed to gifts, but it has been a long time since any human has bequeathed me with anything. This is a pleasant surprise. I am truly thankful for your kindness, dear one.
We got another calling us names.
You got another dear one.
The mermaid leans forward on her rock, so as to pluck the circlet from your fingers. Her benevolent smile all the while is unwavering.
And, now that I look at your gift more closely, I rather think it is of a superior quality to the gifts my old friend once gave me.
Yes! Nice! Now this is enough to make you start if the touch of the mermaid's fingers upon your own was not. Could your silly gift really be better than those she once accepted?
I think so. My friend's trinkets were all rather clumsy in execution, though I cherished them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. They did not last for very long, though. Not when I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean. The water soon rent the fragile links between the flower stems asunder.
I figured.
Your diadem, however, seems more sturdy, but it is, by the same token, very delicate. You must be very good with your hands.
Oh, would you like to find out? You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, of your numerous failed attempts to thread your needle while the other girls giggled at you, and you blush. You think the mermaid's praise might be a touch too effusive. You tell the mermaid as much, but she only laughs.
I do not think so. Now.
The mermaid places your floral trinket upon her head. Yeah, there it is! Over her long, fair hair, then surveys you in a manner which seems almost coquettish.
What do you think?
You think that the mermaid looks radiant, though that is less because of your gift and more because of her natural looks. You tell the mermaid this, though not in terms quite this glowing, and she giggles.
You are selling yourself too short. I think your gift is lovely, really. The flowers rather match my hair.
Yes, you answer with a nod of your head. That is why you picked those flowers. She is all you have been able to think of.
I am glad that you have been thinking of me. I, in truth, have been thinking of you, though I did not wish to say as much.
You promise? No?
No, it would be embarrassing to confess how much I have been looking forward to our reunion if you did not feel this similarly. I do not care to pine for humans from afar. But if you care for me as I do you, then it makes me feel less alone.
You hasten to assure the mermaid, your face aflame. Do you ever stop blushing? Goodness gracious. That you do care for her, very much so. You have not known her for very long, but she has certainly made an impression upon you. She is such an easy conversationalist. The time simply slips by when you are together. And it does not hurt, of course, that she is so pretty.
I've heard it said, yes, that my looks are rather appealing. My old friend was similarly complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me when my form is so very graceful.
I'm glad she's self-aware.
Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison to my smooth, sleek tail.
You're so right. Get rid of the legs.
It must be so very depressing to lumber about on land as you do, living your days beneath the harsh sun and the cool, unfeeling moon. Sometimes I rather think I pity you. But the surface is a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean. I will grant you that much.
You agree with the mermaid, still feeling flushed, that there are some perks to having legs, an agreement which makes the mermaid giggle.
I am certain that there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I can. I presume you have never tried it?
Honestly, I'm good, girl.
Yeah, like, no thanks.
I don't really want to.
You shake your head no. You have never thought to do so, largely because you have never been so close to the sea before, not in all of your life. You do not have much opportunity for nautical exploration in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere then, save the local church. It was quite a lonely existence.
Well now, that is a pity. You were kind enough to give me a gift fashioned from flowers which grow where I cannot reach them, so perhaps I ought to return the favor.
The favor?
There's a fucking... There it is. There it is. Favor.
Yes, that is right. It would seem only fitting that I give to you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. Perhaps we could look at it as a form of cultural exchange.
Oh no, you protest, your eyes wide. You couldn't possibly put such a burden upon her. You did not give her a gift after all because you wanted to receive anything in return. Anything other than her friendship, that is. Her conversation is much more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need any physical presence on top of that. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysaying. She raises one eyebrow, even this gesture is performed elegantly, and then says,
If my company is all it takes to satisfy you, then you are easy to please indeed. But
Well,
please, do not rebuff me. I am offering because I wish to do this.
I'm a simple girl.
Remember what I said. I do not say things for the sake of it.
Our protagonist may not be, but I am a simple girl. our protagonist
true.
apparently cannot stand to be in this place.
Literally.
well, you murmur if she really doesn't mind.
Of course I do not mind. Now wait there. I will not be very long. It would be rude to abandon my new friend in the midst of a conversation.
The mermaid turns her attention towards the clear, mirror-like water which shimmers beneath the moonlight. Then she dives. Her body arches elegantly through the air, her long, slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with nary a ripple. The mermaid's face is first submerged, then her torso, and at long last her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her, as though it has been waiting for her. It subsumes her. It swallows her. Then she disappears from view. The mermaid is gone, but you are still there. Well, now what are you to do? There is nothing that can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several moments, watching the black water lap against the shore. The breeze howls mournfully like a wounded animal as it buffets your hair about your face and your torn skirt around your legs. Time elapses, but how much of it? While you stand there, fretfully feeling as ostentatious as a maypole. When will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You are starting to worry. Is that all you do? When? Look, over there, by the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat, the water is rippling. It looks as though your new friend has returned. The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks using a surprising amount of upper body strength, then smiles at you.
I apologize for the wait. I hope I did not make you worry.
You were worrying, but you are not half so honest as the mermaid. Mermaids might be spoken as devious tricksters who lure sailors to their deaths, but they are, in actuality, very sincere. They are much more sincere than most humans. Perhaps that is why your kind fears them so. There are few creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell the mermaid that you are not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile.
I am not so sure about that.
The mermaid is wilier than you giving her credit for. She has seen straight through you.
But no matter, it took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve for you a gift. I do not have the means to turn this into a pretty piece of jewelry, as you did with the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless.
Do I get a seashell?
I do hope that you like it.
The mermaid leans forward, then holds a gift out towards you. Her slender fingers unfurl about it, like petals of a flower being folded back, and... It is!
Yay!
Oh, what a pretty gift it is! The ocean might be dark and deep, cold and unfeeling, but the same cannot be said for the object which glitters upon the mermaid's palm. She has fished from the depths of the water a beautiful shell, one which shimmers prismatic colors beneath the moon's light, much like the scales on her tail. The shell is so very pretty, it takes your breath away. You look at the shell worriedly, your teeth biting your lower lip, and as a bad habit, you know, you will make yourself bleed. Then ask the mermaid if this is really all right. Would a gift like this not be wasted on you?
Of course not. I want you to have this shell because it makes me think of you.
It does? How so?
I thought it should be obvious. The shell is a lovely find. As are you.
Well. Oh. Did she just call you lovely? Surely you must have misheard her. You can scarcely believe it. It is an awful lot for you to take in. But...
Now, why are you gawping at me like that? The wind will change, you know, and then your face will be stuck like that, which would be quite the shame. You would waste your good looks, which, for a maiden such as yourself, would be nothing short of a tragedy.
Well, it seems as though the mermaid really does think you are pretty after all. The mermaid with her smooth skin and her fair, fair hair. You can scarcely believe it. There is something almost laughable about the mermaid's compliments. How could she call you pretty when her looks are so immediately, obviously superior? Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words, to tell her that you are not that pretty. Not really, but you fear that might look rude. You do not want to rebuff the mermaid's well wishes. There was nothing for it then, but to take the shell which the mermaid retrieved from the ocean's depths for you. You do not think that you are worthy of it, but neither do you want to refuse it.
Now, that is a surprise.
The mermaid says, amused, as you reach for the shell.
I did not think you would be bold enough to take it, not without more coaxing on my part.
Hehe.
You have exceeded my expectations. What a good girl you are.
Hey! Your heart flutters with this praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling fingers brush against the mermaid's palm. She presses the shell into your skin, and your own fingers tighten about it. The shell is sharp and pointed, and it digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts, but there is pleasure in the pain. This too feels like a gift from the mermaid, alright? You do not want to spurn it. Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by one whom you care for, alright? Like, I don't deny that, but kind of a crazy thought in this moment.
Yeah.
You never knew that before. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating in a regular rhythm, and look at the mermaid. Then very softly you thank her.
It is quite all right. It seems only fair after you shared part of your world with me.
Part of your world. Do you think that's intentional?
Probably.
There was the achievement I got meeting her was a Little Mermaid reference, so
Yeah.
can't help but think.
I wish to share part of my world with you too. Humans cannot normally descend beneath the ocean's depths, and even if they do, they cannot remain there for very long. You are far too fragile. Would that I could, I would bring you with me to my underwater kingdom where we might be together.
The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling melancholia. She sighs. Then she shakes her head and smiles.
But this will have to do for the present. Please take good care of that shell. Look at it from time to time and think of me. That would make me very happy indeed. Think of me fondly.
The days pass following this nightly encounter with your aquatic acquaintance with almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight as best as you can by going for long, bracing walks amidst the heather? Heather, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Foraging for berries and fruits among the hedgerows. I read that as like hedgerows.
Oh.
I don't know heather in this context. That's interesting.
It's a type of plant. Yeah.
You even, when you have mustered up enough courage, take an old fishing line uncovered in the fisherman's cottage and try your luck by the shore. Good, excellent. Your initial attempts at angling are without success, but as the time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. Sometime after you take up your rod, you find you are able to catch the odd fish here and there. Small, scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes a ways to bolstering your rudimentary diet. You teach yourself how to remove the scales of these saltwater fish that you have captured and how to gut them. You learn, too, how to cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes you
I wonder how our half-fish girlfriend is going to feel about that.
I'm sure she eats them too.
Yeah, true.
She's got to eat something.
That is true.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you skewer these fish of yours on spikes and roast them slowly, innards and all. You are able to sustain yourself well enough during the day, though the faint pangs of hunger you experience never quite go away. Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary when compared to your desire to visit the mermaid. Your days might be dull and drab, but your nights comparatively are made of magic. It is only during the night that the mermaid emerges from beneath the waves, and when she does, you hurry to her side. You've never before had anybody who took so great an interest in you, not until you met the mermaid. That is why she has grown to mean so very much to you. She is the first friend you've ever had. But if you do not temper your obsession accordingly, I fear she may very well be your last. You care little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You want only to show the mermaid how much that you value her, and you hope within time she will come to value you too. If you keep seeing her, surely she will stop thinking of her human friend who she lost so suddenly. That is your plan, at least. Fortunately, your self-serving wish to grow closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. Your nightly conversations, when you greet her, come easily enough, the words tumbling from your mouth like thread. You have grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she yours. She must have, for it is not long after you bequeath your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you, then posits a curious question.
I was wondering, dear one, whether you would mind indulging me. I know this might not seem like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to ask. I have seen some of your world, for I have sat on the shore for many, many nights hence, but you have seen nothing of mine. It seems unfair that I should know some of the world that you inhabit, while you know so little of my own. So, would you care to come with me beneath the ocean's waves? There is much that I wish to show you, Sights that cannot, I fear, be accurately represented in language alone. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to the communication of experiences such as this.
Dun dun dun. How deep
Dun,
we
dun,
going?
I know, right?
It is quite the florid speech, but at the heart of it beats a simple enough request. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean's surface so that she might show you her home. You are flattered initially that the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal. But after this flutter of flattery, there comes an uncomfortable sense of unease. The mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surface, but what of you? You are a human girl with two awkward, ungainly legs, and you were not made to live under the sea. You frown, and mistrustfully you look at the ocean. It is late at night, and it always is when you speak to the mermaid, and the water does not look blue. It appears instead to be obsidian. The waves moan as they break against the rocks, which jut out of the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry, violent almost. Salty sea spray arcs through the air, caught in the moonlight. It shimmers sharp as knives. Hesitantly, you take a step back. You are a little afraid of the sea. It is so restless, so deep, and so all-consuming it reminds you of a hungry monster. You have never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before. You have never had the opportunity. You do not even know how to swim. You are fearful for your own safety should you consent to dive beneath the undulating meniscus of the water, but
Do not look so frightened, dear one. I will be with you, and I will not let you go. You have my word.
Shyly, you glance at the mermaid. She is still perched upon her rock, her hands folded neatly upon her. Well, she does not have a lap, not really. You are still afraid, but the mermaid's reassurance does help. Has she not told you numerous times that she is nothing if not honest? You trust her not to break her word. Yeah, I bet. She will not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate to become food of so many fish. Of that you are certain. That is why, despite all of your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. If that is what she wants, then you will accompany her. You are interested too in what lies beneath the ocean's surface out of sight.
Oh, I knew that you would agree. Thank you very much for humoring me. This dumb you. I will endeavor to make these next few moments the most memorable you have ever experienced.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think you will.
Yeah, sure.
Now, would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. The ocean's depths might be dark, but I will not let you get away from me, I promise.
Really driving that home.
The mermaid extends her hand towards you, a hand which seems to cut through the moonlight just like a blade. The moon's celestial rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm so that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair too is glowing, backlit by Sleem's glow so that she almost looks like an angel.
So there are also, I mean, this is also could be a reference to Seluna, which is the moon goddess.
Yeah.
Her beauty is such that for a few moments you cannot do anything, neither step towards her nor back away. You feel frozen in place, rooted into the sand like some shore-growing tree. You still do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage does occur to you. You ought to not look a gift horse in the mouth, or ignore the pleas of a graceful, dignified mermaid. You reach out, your arm shaking like the skinny bough of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hand with your own. The mermaid's fingers curl about your own, her nails, only now you notice how sharp they are, digging into your skin. Though the mermaid herself looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. You do not think if she willed it, you would be able to get away from her. But why would you want to? She does not mean you any harm.
Now, let us be on our way. There is much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show it to you.
The mermaid turns toward the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, one during which you allow yourself to stand there, your hand claimed by the mermaids as the wind buffets your hair and your skirts. You inhale deeply. The smell of the salt is heavy in the back of your nostrils, so much so you could choke on it. It is not a particularly pleasant smell, but you have grown accustomed to it after living in your tumble-down cottage by the shore. It is nostalgic almost. You have a vague feeling as you stand on the precipice between your world and that of your aquatic companions that you might never again be able to smell the salt in the air like this. That is just a silly supposition, though. You're being foolish. The mermaid will return you back to the surface in due course, will she not? You hope that she will. You, unlike her, cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth, meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact, but you are not afforded the opportunity to speak. The mermaid has already shifted, her fingers still twined about yours. She dives forward, her body slicing through the surface of the water like a knife, and you inexorably are dragged along with her. Yippee! Yeah! Woohoo!
So cute!
The water rushes forward to meet you in a sudden, shocking rush. The mermaid's descent might be graceful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water as it touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You do not think that the water would be this cold. Yeah, no shit. When it's not just cold, it's freezing. It feels as though all warmth has been sapped out of your skin. I thought about this too. I'm like, she's probably like, if among the many things that could happen here, besides just like running out of oxygen, it's also like, okay, well, how deep are you going? Then the pressure could kill you.
Yeah.
No oxygen.
Pressure, the
And
cold,
then also
the
the
lack
cold.
of oxygen.
Yes.
Like, there are so many.
You die so quickly.
Honestly, just like creatures in the ocean. Like,
yeah.
oh, there's so many things that can kill you in the ocean.
Yeah. And she's like, okay.
I love the ocean from a distance.
Yes. If your head was not already beneath the ocean's waves, you would gasp from it. You do not gasp, however. You cannot. You have already been submerged. Your body no longer feels as though it is your own. Your hair unspooling behind you like a thread, and your skirt is fluttering. Your body rocks to and fro as though being soothed in a mother's arms. It is a curious feeling, but it is not wholly unpleasant. If only it were not so cold down here beneath the ocean's depths, you might find it relaxing. It is dark under the surface of the water, yes, but you have not ventured so very far, not yet at least, that the glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are illuminated, though faintly, and thanks to this precious illumination, you can see the schools of fish swimming about you. Their scales all glisten as they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear instead to your fairy tale-addled mind to be ancient relics brought to life through some strange arcane sorcery. They are pretty. No, that word is not significant enough. They are beautiful. You did not know as you stood upon the shore how very full of life it was beneath the water's surface. You did not know either how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. You have never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories, vague, hazy memories, of dissecting a fish once in a particularly gruesome biology lesson. I dissected a fish. I've done this.
I have not.
Well, I mean,
The only thing I've ever dissected in my life is a fly.
A fly?
A fly.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's so interesting. I did like in class have dissected a fish before, but also I mean like when my family goes fishing, then we obviously we prepare the fish to be eaten. So that's like separate.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. But that feels like a very long time ago now. Wait, what exactly are you dissecting on said fly?
The fly.
Like,
okay, so it was in my biology class.
Uh-huh.
And so First off, if you freeze flies,
Mhm.
then they stop moving.
Yes.
They're still alive, but they
Yes.
stop moving.
Mhm.
And they pass them out to you, and you have to quickly dissect them before they start waking up.
That's that feels wrong.
It does. It feels very wrong.
That feels wrong.
But you have to. If I remember correctly, I had to cut the wings off of them and then cut the heads off of their bodies. Don't ask me what I was
right.
logging. I don't remember.
All right. That just feels very, I don't know.
It's very strange.
It's a little serial killer-y.
Yeah.
This request. Like our dissecting a fish like made sense because it's like, one, the fish were already dead, obviously. And then we were really just being like, here's where the lungs are. This is what the spinal cavity or the spine is different for fish compared to this, blah blah blah. These are what these organs are. This is
we were looking. There was something we were looking at. Maybe it had something to do. Did we have to cut them open? I don't remember. Oh, if I could remember what we were doing, because of course there was like a whole like thing to go with it. Like we weren't just, like,
obviously
cutting up flies for fun. You know?
That's so interesting.
The craziest part is that they would like the teacher would come by and just hand you like a couple of flies, and you had to like get through them before the like later ones were waking up. It was crazy.
That feels fucking wild to me.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things you do in the moment, but then you think about it later and you're like, huh.
And it's even funnier because it's the only thing I've ever dissected like in a class before. Because like in high school, you're supposed to dissect, I think, frogs.
Yeah.
But the class that I took, the teacher ended up being absent for the last like 2 weeks because she had to have emergency surgery.
Oh no.
I know. So we missed all of the like dissecting stuff
Damn.
for that class.
No frogs.
I know.
Well.
So.
I feel like somebody else has told me a story where they also dissected a fly, and then I was just like,
probably just me again.
All right, no, it's definitely it's definitely somebody else.
I feel like I'm the only person that I've ever heard of that's done it, and I'm like, ooh, other people have dissected flies.
But it just feels crazy.
Yeah, honestly.
You would far rather think on your present than dwell upon the past. But the seconds pass, and as they do, the mermaid continues to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. While once you were close enough to the surface that the moon's light could still slice through the waves, now it is so very dark you can scarcely see.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I hope she's bioluminescent, but either way, we are dying.
Your vision is beginning to blur. You can feel an uncomfortable pressure weighing down on your inert body. Yeah. You have descended, you realize, with a ripple of anxiety too deep. Humans were not meant to descend into these depths. The water, once cold, now feels freezing. It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh, as if to sap what little warmth you might still possess. You shiver, and when you do, you swear that you can hear your teeth chattering, despite the water which stops your ears. The water is stopping up your nostrils. Stopping? There is so much water down here at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, I think.
It is endless. The mermaid might be able to breathe underwater, but you are not so very fortunate. Your body is far less sophisticated than hers, and it requires oxygen to which to furnish your body with continued strength, not salt water. The thought of trying to inhale the endless water which surrounds you makes you shudder. You would rather not attempt it. You do not have gills. When will the mermaid take you back to the surface? Surely she must know that you have fast begun to near your limit. You have been under the water for too long, and it is too cold, and is so dark now in any event you cannot see much of anything. The joy you once felt during your underwater adventures had begun to dissipate, just like the last of the oxygen you still possess. It is time to return to the surface now, but how are you to communicate this to the mermaid? You cannot speak, and she is not looking at you. She is staring instead fixedly at something beyond your comprehension, something far away, perhaps, in the underwater gloom that you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope that this will signal to her that she has grown too carried away with her endeavors, that she ought to cut short your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, to your attempts to escape her. Her grip does not slacken as you had hoped from about your wrist. In fact, it is quite the opposite. It feels as though she is gripping you more tightly than she was, if to prevent your escape. But why would she do that? You tap on the mermaid's shoulder to get her attention, a gesture which prompts her at long last to turn. Her fair hair billows about her, suspended in the water like a shroud. Then she says in that calm, measured, incredibly reasonable voice of hers,
Yes, dear one, what is it?
If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her, but alas, you are a human girl, not a fish, and you cannot speak underwater. Any attempt to do so would accomplish naught save filling your pretty little mouth with water. The mermaid really ought to have considered that before she started to ask you questions. But your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. She smiles at you gently, delicately, then says,
I understand. Being underwater for so long must be beginning to take its toll. Do your lungs feel like iron? Are they heavy?
So she does understand your woes. You might not be able to speak suspended as you are in the dark, murky depths, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head emphatically, hoping this will be enough to make your distress apparent, but...
Yes, that will happen. It is a natural part, or so I have heard, of drowning. Not that I have ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I am incapable, you see, of meeting my demise in such a manner.
Now, what was that? What could she mean?
I mean,
The mermaid answers. Can she read minds?
that this was a calculated act upon my part. Forgive me, dear one, but the moment you consented to sinking beneath the water with me, your fate was sealed.
Oh, but
Yep. Your lungs will be flooded with water soon enough. Then you will die. It is not a pretty way to go. You needn't worry about your corpse bloating, disfiguring, or being eaten by fish, though. I will take very good care of it, I promise. In death, you will look lovely, almost angelic. Is that not what you always wanted?
You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is exactly that you want, but you think she is laboring under some severe misunderstandings. You would like to try and correct her. You do not want to die, but of course you cannot open your mouth. What a pity. Well, at least it saves me the effort of transcribing your dying pleas. I doubt that would be particularly interesting.
If you want to know why I'm doing this, then I would not mind obliging. I have no secrets to keep from you.
She never lied to you.
Nope.
I love that she was just like, oh, you're going with me? Okay, cool.
Other than the secret, perhaps, that upon your first meeting, she nursed within her cold fish's heart the desire to bring about your watery murder. You might have liked to know that before you agreed to sink beneath the ocean's surface with her.
I'm only doing this because I have no choice. The other girl I liked, after all, the one whom I adored, disappeared. She went away, and I was never again afforded the opportunity to see her. You remind me of that girl, though you do not look much alike. You do not act very much alike either. But you are both humans who, despite your delicacies, have no shortage of determination.
I also like that as she's like kind of bringing us down, she's just like, okay, so like,
Yeah, literally.
the whole reason you're down
okay,
here.
Here's my murder plan on the way down.
So anyway, okay as you're like actively suffocating.
Right. How your kind is able to live with when your lifespans are so very short and you are susceptible to so very many diseases is a mystery to me. Though my lifespan far eclipses your own, I am far sturdier. I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that if I were as fragile as you are, I would not be able to exist in this world. I would be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner. Just as you can see your... Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, I thought that was you too.
Just as you can see your own death looming before you. It is not so very far away now. You can feel it coming closer and closer, enclosing its cold, icy fingers around your throat.
You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you, weak and pitiful though you are.
She respects your tenacity so very much she wishes to extinguish it? That does not make very much sense.
Perhaps my words are confusing you, but it makes perfect sense, to me at least. My beloved cowherd left me. I do not know where she went or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know. I will never know. For many, many days and many, many nights, her disappearance tormented me. I could not help but wonder how it came about, but there were so many possibilities I could not imagine all of them. This thought terrified me. It still does. That is why I'm going to take you to my underwater kingdom with me. There we can be together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I will brush your hair, and I will dress you in the finest pearls found from the bottom of the seabed. It will be lovely, much, much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you might be able to eke out above the water. In my citadel, you will never be attacked by bandits, nor ravaged by diseases. You will be quite safe, I promise.
Quite safe, yes. And quite dead too, surely.
Well, yes, that is the only unfortunate aspect of my plan.
She considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune. The mermaid might be surprisingly cold after all. But perhaps you ought to have predicted this. She is part fish. Are fish not cold-blooded like lizards? You probably learned this at some point during biology class, but your lessons are beginning to feel very faint and far away now. Your body is beginning to fail you. You cannot take much more of this.
It is a necessary sacrifice, though, if we are to be happy. I'm doing this, for both our sakes. I do apologize for tricking you, but please try to understand. I really have been lonely.
You would be more inclined to sympathize with her, perhaps, if her loneliness was not ushering in your inevitable demise. But you are too preoccupied with your dwindling reserves of oxygen to feel much in the way of anything for your captor. You can feel the pressure of the water against your eyes. They are beginning to ache. Perhaps you are crying, you do not know. The water masks much of your anguish. You've been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes. Oh my god, no.
Wow.
I think I would be out minute max.
Yeah.
I think yeah, probably the longest I've held my breath underwater is like a minute.
I think mine's like a minute and a half.
I remember like trying to like make attempts to like purposely see how long I could hold my breath.
Who does it when they're a kid,
Yeah, obviously everybody has tried it. just in case. I just wanted to know.
Exactly, yeah.
A minute is so much longer than you think, but also so short.
Yeah, for real.
3 minutes is crazy. I think if I really push to it, I could probably do like a minute and a half, but that would be it.
Not only 3 minutes, but also like with the pressure and all.
Oh
like,
yeah, you're fucked.
Crazy.
You're fucked.
That is a remarkably long time to go without any air. Your vision is beginning to cloud. Your surroundings, already dark, look darker still. Unpleasant and obscure, and not at all like the paradise the mermaid promised you. The pain of being suffocated slowly is far stronger and far more oppressive than the sensation of the mermaid's hand wound tightly around your arm. Is there no escape for you? The prognosis, I am sorry to say, is grim. Your fate, as the mermaid said, really was sealed the moment you met her, luxuriating on those rocks beneath the moonlight. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know.
This one in particular, yes.
Yeah.
You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do?
Save.
All right, save. I want to save.
That's what we want to do.
Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it?
There's the fish.
Oh, the fish! The fish are so cute!
Wow, we're dying. All right, which one?
We're gonna watch both anyway.
Yeah. So we'll accept
it, and then we'll come back and fight.
Yeah, because I assume accepting it is going to be real quick.
Yeah.
That is a bit of an anticlimactic answer in this juncture in your life story, but I suppose it would be remiss of me to lecture you too much. I'm sure you are well aware of what a terrible series of decisions you have made. There's no need for me to belabor the point. That would be boorish, not to mention tedious. I'm rather tired of scolding you. So instead, I think I will content myself with loving you. What? You thought in your death the mermaid was the only one who would be able to cuss at you?
Cosette? Cosset?
Cosset? I don't know.
New word.
I know I have said this before, but you really are naive. You cannot escape me, even if you are at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I would never leave you. You will never be lonely again.
You are beginning to feel distinctly waterlogged as my achievement. All right.
Wow.
Excellent. I love the voice in our head.
Then I'm assuming the last one is the castle.
I would guess so.
I do think I have to call it after this one though.
Yeah, I understand. I figured.
I don't think I can do the castle too.
My assumption is that once we get to the castle, it will probably be like hour and a half, 2 hours maybe.
I'm thinking.
And then afterwards there might be some there might potentially be the overarching plot line here of things that we're missing.
I don't know what this narrator is doing.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Fight.
I like that look on your face. It is a look full of determination. That self-same determination which first prompted me to take an interest in you. I can tell that you are not happy with this ending. You did not come all this way, after all, to drown. That is quite the indecorous demise, regardless of how many fine stones and shells the mermaid means to twine through your hair after your death. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, then I would be only too happy to indulge you. Just try not to get on the bad side. Or good side of any homicidal naiads this time. The drowning of fair maidens is something of a cliché. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take?
There's the castle.
Wow.
I'm gonna go to the castle and then we're gonna save.
Yeah.
Would like to go to the castle. Alright, just real quick, I just wanna see a little bit. Okay, yeah, and do we dream of, Okay, I see. Alright, believe. Excellent.
We did it.
Excellent. Delightful. Okay, let me Whoop. Move us over here. Bring this up. There we go. All right. Yeah, I figured after that one, I was like, we're probably not going to get to the last one, but that's okay.
Yeah.
That's what I also have to be up early, so I get it.
We were getting to the end of that one, and my eyes were feeling so heavy. I was
yeah.
Like, oh.
Yes. Okay. But we got through most of it.
Yeah.
Big stretch.
And we'll just have to get together again to do the last one.
We'll do the last bit sometime soon. Maybe next week.
Maybe next week.
Maybe. But for me, that was my Halloween stream. I don't know if you'll be Happy Halloween, everybody. I don't know if you're gonna be a part of any events or anything for tomorrow.
I think they're putting something together tomorrow. I don't want to spoil it. In case
yeah. In case
keeping it a surprise.
Yeah, I don't believe the schedule has been released yet, so
right.
I'll leave it as is.
Yeah, so I might be a part of that tomorrow night. We'll see. So
for me personally, this is my Halloween stream for y'all, because the actual day of Halloween I have a big that I will be with people. We're hosting a little party, so I will be away. I will be
Never
offline.
Mind. I'm coming over to the party.
Oh yeah, come over.
Yeah.
We're having our next D&D session. I worked very hard for this session in particular that we're going into.
Yes.
So you can come sit and have treats. Have delicious treats.
I do love a good treat and a good listen.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you do. You love to listen. Oh,
I do.
Oh, I would love for you to come listen. Thank you all.
I listen and I serve the treats.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for joining us tonight. We will be back with the finale for sure. The finale next stream, like undoubtedly. Yes. I'm so very certain we don't have too much left. But unfortunately we have jobs, so
jobs and life and school.
Alas.
You know, the things that keep me from my own streams.
Yeah. The curse of having to do things outside. But thank you so much, everybody. I'm so glad you have fun and have a happy and fun and safe Halloween. Enjoy yourselves, enjoy your treats, and I will see you maybe Saturday afterwards, or I will for sure see you Sunday, Monday. Either one. I think one of those days I'm gonna be offline and take a little break just to get some rest. But either or, have a good fun Halloween, and I will see everybody later. All right.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Thank you for joining me, Dappy.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I forgot my effects were still on. Shit.
Yeah.
Whoops.
I was like, this is so atmospheric. Oh my god.
All right. Bye, everybody. Bye.